All right, you lot are rolling.
Dashing through the snow in a one-horse open sleigh. Oh, the fields we go, laughing all the way. Bells and bobtails ring, making spirits bright. Fun it is to ride and sing a sleighing song tonight. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Jingle! A day or two ago, I thought I'd take a ride. As soon as Funny Bright was sitting by my side, my horse was lean and lank, misfortune seemed his lot, until we hit a snowy back and then we end up shot. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Well, what fun it is to ride in one horse open sleigh. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Well, what fun it is to ride in one horse open sleigh. The ground is white, go at it while you're young. Take the girls tonight and sing their sleighing song. Just get a bobtail bay to body for his speed. Hitch him to a sleigh and then you take a lead. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh.
Testing 1 2, testing 1 2. Is this thing on? Is this thing on? Testing 1 2. Santa, do you read me? Do you read me, Santa? Welcome, Santa. We need you to come in, come over and out, Santa. Copy 10-4, 10 Santa. Yes, help. Yes. We'd like to know who's on the naughty list and who's on the nice list. Yes, we know that the Beagle was on the nice list this year, but wait, everybody's on the naughty list and everybody gets cold. Good grief. Well, I guess we're prepared for all such occasions. Okay, well, I guess, wait, over again, Santa? Oh, you're saying that, everybody's on the nice list. Oh, well, I don't know if that's true. It's true? You're sure? Okay. All righty. Okay. Everybody's on the nice list. Everybody gets a car. A car? Well, we didn't build no cars this year. Well, we got some fruit baskets here somewhere. I guess we can give them out. Maybe some tomatoes or something. Anyways, I guess we'll just have to give them what we got. Dog biscuits? You'll share your dog biscuits? Okay. Well, Mud's going to share his dog biscuits. Okay, Santa. All right. Well, we'll tell everybody Merry Christmas for you. All right. Okay, here we go. Welcome to another Christmas show by the Beagle. Lord have mercy, we have no idea what we're doing. We're just winging it, flying by the seat of our fur. How y'all doing tonight? Welcome. Hope y'all are having a fine Christmas. And we're rearing and ready to go. We have no idea what we're doing, but it don't matter. We're here on Christmas doing what Christmas people do on Christmas. And we're going to just hang out and do our thing because that's what we do. I hope you're all doing well and had a good party of a day. Welcome, Sherry Eyes and Kathy Broughton. And yes, that was the Sex Pistols Christmas song for your punk days. And hello, hippie. How you doing? Merry Christmas. And GT 1982 Mustang was here a minute ago, and 6R was here earlier, and Orphan Annie was here. How you doing? How you doing, everyone? Hope everybody's doing fine. We're here hanging out, doing our thing. We don't have a plan tonight. I'm just off giving you guys a place to be and something to do, and we can chitty chat, or we can go do something, or whatever you want to do. If you got an idea, you just want to throw it in there, up in there in the chat thingy doodad, and you can give us an idea. But I'm just kind of hanging out here and doing my thing, and just I think it's just nice for us to have our community to hang out with on a day like today, when a lot of people probably don't want to hang out with their significant family members, because they get basically talking about the weather and the sports, and how Jake Paul got knocked the hell out this year. And I mean, who the hell wants to listen to that? They don't want to hear about no interesting stuff like chemtrails is poisoning you, and don't take the vaccination, and all that good happy stuff. We don't want to be nutters, so we sit there and we keep our mouth shut. And then they'll say some smart comments. What do you think? No, like what I'm talking about, when there's a conversation. Let's say they're talking about some event. Let's just say give me an event. Let's say the recent Charlie Kirk shooting, right? They'll go on and on and on about Charlie Kirk shooting, talking about the official narrative. You know how they do. And then all of a sudden they'll turn to you, because they haven't brought you in yet, because you're the conspiracy theorist. They'll turn to you and they'll say, and what do you think? Knowing that you're going to come out with some conspiracy theory stuff that they can then mock you about. And they think they're so clever, but they're really just idiots and asleep, and they don't know what the hell they're talking about. But those conversations aren't really too fun for us that are awake and awares. It gets rather dull, if you know what I mean. I'm sure you do. But wow, that's a name. Juggernauts. I am not gonna Munchkin Land. I am not going to get the whole name. Vader, Juggernauts, Vader, Munchkin Land. I don't know if I'm saying that right. That's a cool name, though. I like it. Wow. Okay. Kathy's saying, let's see, you put a thing up here. It's definitely calmer here than hanging out with my family. My blood stimulate me. Yeah, it's God bless them. They think they are intellectuals, because they're parroting the talking points of the day and the week and the month and the year. And it's really sad, because when you're conscious and aware, that they're just parroting what they saw on TV and the radio and around the water cooler, and it gets rather boring rather quickly. And they always, and if you bring any truth into them, it's all of a sudden the whole their whole demeanor changes. And it for someone that's awake, it's really uncomfortable, because it's like you want to talk and tell your truth, but then if you talk and tell your truth, they're gonna act like you're a nut when you're not. And it's like, it's just like, do you break their heart, or and tell them the truth, or do you just walk away, just leave the conversation, or just change it to there's a meme around there. It's like how to talk to people or something, and how to be awake and talk to people that are unawake in today's world, and stay on talking points or whatever. I forget what the meme is, but basically we have to kind of have a double think, cognitive dissonance, to talk to people, because we have to be able to know that Jake Paul got knocked the fuck out recently, But we also have to know that it means nothing, that it's bullshit. And that's not important, because by knowing that, when they bring it up, we can shoot the shit with people about that. We don't have to know a lot about it, but we have to know we have to know the talking points so that we know where they're at, so that we can kind of mask, kind of hide our light on a bushel basket. And it sucks, but that's the way we have to be, because you can't wake people up. They have to wake themselves up. And it gets rather annoying. I used to, when I first woke up, I spent probably the first good 5 years trying nothing but everything and anything, trying to wake people up. And I pissed so many people off, and I would have conversations with people. I'd talk to them for all day long. They would start off, simple with a question. They'd have a question, and I'd start talking, and I'd sit there and talk to them. I mean, all day, all into the night, and like you really feel like they're getting it, that they're starting to have that experience that they need to have. But the problem is that by doing that, you're overloading their gear system, okay, in their mind, and the gears just, and they it's like misshifting on a clutch, and they can't handle it, and it overloads their circuits, and the next day, nothing. Like, you expect the conversation to continue, the next time you see them, and it doesn't. And it doesn't because you have overloaded their system. They don't want no more. Fortunately, you leave some seeds, but you also learn your lesson that person can't go any further, which it really makes it hard. But I tried many years trying to help people wake up, and then I realized that people just, you can't do it. I've tried everything. I've sat there and read entire books to people, literally, and it just doesn't do any good. I've sat there and watched videos with them. I've asked them to, what would you like to know about? I've tried every imaginable avenue of awakening attack to trigger them to have that experience of awakening, but you can't do it. There's certain things that do trigger people, but you can't do it. You can lay seeds, but those seeds are only good once they awaken, and they have to awaken on their own. But I'm rambling. Saying about people get effort around people who are asleep. Yes, yes, yes. I am so far along my journey that being around the unawake is mindfully painful. Yeah, it really is. It's yeah, it is really, you feel like you're biting your tongue the whole time, being around people, because and it's a sickening feeling, because like it's like it's like something they absolutely need to know that will save their life, and you're not telling them. You feel like you should tell them, but then in your heart, you can't tell them. It won't do any good. And sometimes you get that opportunity to it's like a example where it's like, I when somebody says that, I got the jab. Well, did you get the COVID? Yeah. Well, maybe it's because you got the jab, and kind of rewire that brain a little bit, but you're only really getting a little bit of seed drop in there. Let's see what we got going here. Had to deal with a trans woman last night. I tell you, it's I think that this whole trans thing is see, okay, laying it out, y'all. Our soul is both male and female energy. It's not our soul is both energies. Okay, we incarnate as either a male or a female physically, um, but we all have a male and a female balanced soul. It's both energies because we in some lifetimes we're male, some lifetimes we're female. Okay, and so I think that a lot of these people are just having this crisis of consciousness that they know deep in their heart that they're both, and they don't know how to express that. So being young, they express it as sexuality and that they need to change their gender. And it's what's really screwed up about all that is that when you're young, and let's say you're a young man, I don't know, 20-year-old man, put a date on it, and you're let's say you go through this transgender uh, transformation, depending on how, no matter what stage you go to, there's different stages of their transformation that some people want to go further than others. But here's the thing, that you might be passable, okay, when you're younger. You might fool most people just on general aesthetics, and you can change your voice, and you might, you know, look very, very much like a female. But here's the thing that these people don't understand, these young people don't understand, and I think the older trans people do understand, because it's something that they will experience later. As you get older, your body starts breaking down and breaking up and starts screwing with you. And I don't care what you get snipped off or added. When you go to the doctor's gonna know what gender you are. No matter what you put on your paperwork or what your ID says, or if you got blinkers, or bait and tackle. I mean, it doesn't matter what you have going on. That doctor's going to know what you are, and they're not going to be able to treat you medically as something you're not. So they're gonna come to this realization at some point that, holy shit, I'm not this trans person. I'm actually, if it's a male transition into a female, this person will realize at some point, well, I really am male. And, wow, okay, so I do have a prostate problem. you know, and I mean, it's just it is what it is. And that's going to become harder and harder. At some point, you're not, even though you might be passable when you're 20, by the time you're, 30, 35, you're not going to be passable, or you're going to start to become unpassable. And by the time you're, my age, you're going to look haggard like a bag of bricks that fell off the, front porch. And the gig's going to be up. And it's not going to be so, you're not going to be so, you're not going to feel so girly anymore. You're not going to feel so sexy anymore. You're not going to feel like, you're a girl anymore. You're going to feel like, a 50-year-old man that, has boobies and got their winger whacker cut off. And you're going to feel like a real fucking idiot. And I really feel for those people, because, there's nobody that's telling them this stuff. Now when it would help. they need to be told. They need to be told that this is all good right now, but you're not going to feel this way in the future. No matter what you think you're going to feel, you're not. It's just messed up. And I think it starts with the families. I think, you know, the mothers and the fathers need to step up and be like, no, you were born a boy and you're gonna remain a boy. Whether no matter what you choose, okay, you can choose to run around in a pink tutu, but you're still a boy. Okay, you like dressing up in tutus, but you're still a boy. You know, it is what it is, and you may like dressing up as, you know, as a girl, you might like dressing up as a cowboy, but you're still a girl. It is what it is. It really is. Hone in my words and leave them cognitively destroyed if I offend them. You know, yeah, yeah. I every now and then you have to, you know, really just lay into them. It's like, you know, they'll be eating or drinking something that I know is poison, and I'll just wear them out on something. You know, if they're taking something with aspartame, I'll be like, you know, that makes you dumb, right? No, seriously, it's a neurological, you know, it screws you up neurologically, and you know, it's really, like, literally scientifically makes you a dumbass, and it's really frying your brain, and that's just for starters. And leave them with that, and it you know, Lord knows what it does to them. It's something else. There was a prim and proper lady sitting on the couch, and then it spoke. The deepest baritone voice came out. Yeah, I'm trying. That's kind of funny. I'm trying to make a video right now, but I'm kind of having trouble finding a little portion of the video that I need to make the end of the video. But basic gist is the I found a somebody made an AI video of a 90s rave, and when I watched it, it just really reminded me of my first LSD experience. And so I was just trying to put together a video of my first trip, and I'm missing one kind of key element that I need for the video. But basically, my first LSD experience, my best friends, we were going to a rave, and I didn't do I had smoked some weed at that time, but that was all. I was a drinker, and so my friends were going to take acid to go to this rave, and I was like, oh hell no, I was scared to death, you know, taking acid. And so they you know, kept harping on me and kind of, you know, picking on me and pushing me to, like, you gotta try it, you gotta try it, you gotta try it. And you know, after, you know, a few too many beers, you know, it got to be where it was like my resistance was getting lower and lower, and finally they I mean, looking back on it, you know, they played a good hand. What they did, they talked me into taking a half of a tab under the arm. They say if you put it under your arm, it only gives you a little bit of the effect. And I thought they were full of shit. You know, they're like, no. It soaks through the pores in the arm, under the arm. And like, they were like real scientific about it. Of course, I didn't know any better. And, you know, the alcohol's getting on me. So I'm starting, okay, I'm falling for it. So finally I'm like, okay, fine. All right, I'll take it. So I put, I put this little half a tab of LSD under my armpit, and nothing happened. And I'm like, well, this stuff sucks. There's nothing to it. They're like, yeah, you're not going to get much off of it that way. You know, you really should put it under your tongue. And by this time, I'm like, oh, this stuff is nothing. It's just a piece of paper. So I put it under my tongue. And after about 10 minutes, I'm like, well, this stuff is doing nothing to me. I don't know what y'all are talking about. I don't know what y'all are, getting all, crazy about. This is so great. And so they're like, oh, well, you should take a whole one. Here's the other half. Well, whatever, fine. So I took that half. So about 10 minutes later, I'm like, it's still not doing it. This stuff sucks. They're like, oh, you should take a few more. So I took 3 more. So the first time I dropped LSD, I took 4 tabs under my tongue. And so then we were going to we left for the rave right then. And it was right up the road, about 5 minutes away. This I want to say it was at a VFW facility. It wasn't a nice building. It was like a warehousey kind of building. And we pulled up, and I rode in the back of the. We took a bunch of people in a car, and I got in the trunk. It was just, I don't know, it was just convenient. And I just got in the trunk, and we drove over there, and I got out, and I still wasn't feeling anything, but it was a little bit. I was at this point where I wasn't sure if it was doing anything, or if the alcohol was sitting on me funny. I wasn't sure. Anyways, we walked in, and there was this. You walked in this little entryway area, and then there was these 2 double doors, and the 2 double doors opened up, and it was a full-on rave. And when they opened those doors, the LSD kicked in. And this video I want to put together, it reminds me of that experience of walking through that rave for the first time on LSD. Was a freaking trip. So anyways, getting back to Kathy Broughton here, I walked all the way through and somehow found my way to the other side of the room, which it was a pretty big rave. And I walked outside, and there was a bench out back, and there was this girl sitting there, and I sat down beside her. I didn't know who it was. I sat down beside her, and they were smoking. I said, have you got a cigarette? And they're like, sure. And they handed me a cigarette, and I sit there smoking a cigarette, and this girl was talking, but I was all wackadoodle. I didn't understand a word of what she was saying. And so then my friends come out there, and they're like, John, what are you doing? And I'm like, what? And they're like, what are you doing? And I'm like, I'm hanging with her and smoking a cigarette, man. What are you doing? And they're like, come here. And I'm like, what? And they're like, get over here. And so I walked over there. I'm like, what? And they're like, that's a dude. I'm like, what dude? They're like, no, that's a dude. You're talking to a dude. And I'm like, what are you talking about? And I turn around, and I look back at this girl, and I said, ma'am, they say you're a dude. And it said, I sure am, baby. So I immediately puked. I lost my cookies, and then I said, I gotta go back to the car, and I went back to the car, and I laid in the car until we went back to the house. And that was my first trip on LSD, and I did it about 150 times after that. So LSD good, highly suggest it. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas. What is this? Funniest part is its name is Grover. Grover. You talk about the she is the name Grover. What in the world were you talking about? Hey, there's streets. Merry Christmas, Caleb. Oi, oi. Yeah. Welcome, Odin's Raven. How you doing? Male has a bigger thyroid than a female. That's something you cannot change. Yep. I mean, you just, it's like, I mean, my gosh, if you're a woman transition into a man, I mean, you imagine the problems that a woman would have later in life when they think they're a boy. That would be really rough. You've got ovarian cancer. Oh, that's not possible, sir, Mr. Doctor. I'm a boy. No, you're not. No, it's just not true. Sorry. Let's see. Biggs, I was curious if you were sub to a channel named My Lunch Break. Yep. MLB. Yep, I sure am. They do a lot of good work. I don't agree 100% with everybody, but Lunch Break does a really good job. I wish I had the time to go through every building on the planet. That would be wonderful. But it takes a lot of time to go through that kind of stuff. But I think he's made some really, really good headway in our community. He's definitely one of the channels that I show support for. It's there's not as many channels really going like there used to be. Seems like a lot of the channels have kind of stepped back a bit. I think we need a kind of a revival. We need some new some really new research that's done that really shakes the bag. And I'm hoping we will find that new research that really opens the possibilities of what happened around here. I look forward to that in the future. Let's see. Kathy has an autoimmune disease now because of aspartame poisoning. I cut out aspartame 18 years ago, and I didn't use it. I didn't take much stuff with aspartame in it. It was more like a kind of like one thing I used to drink, back when I was asleep was not a lot, but sometimes I would get Fresca, which has aspartame in it. And there's little things like that. Like I was always a sweet and low person, not an equal person, luckily. Which when I was young, that was like you were provided sweet and low, not sugar for the most part. That was just the way it was. But now, if every now and then I'll get something by mistake, like it's like an example. There's a tea that I'll get sometimes that's made with cane sugar that I like. I'm Southern. We drink sweet tea. It's our lifeblood. But the label on the one that has, they have a version that is zero sugar, and the label is almost identical to the regular one. And every now and then I'll be in a hurry and I'll grab the wrong one, and I won't think about it, and I'll get I'll pour a glass, I'll start drinking, I'll be like it'll be like immediate, like. And I tell you what, I know when I've gotten it. It really fucks with my aura. It just, it's like an electrical shock that I feel it, like that it's. I won't even, if I can help it, I won't even touch a product with aspartame in it, especially one in a bag that's like like an equal packet. Like I have this thing. A lot of people think I'm absolutely off my rocker. I don't care. It's quite all right. But like if I go to a restaurant and I sit down and there's that little container with sweet and low and equal and sugar and whatever, Splenda, I don't know. You know those little containers on the table. If it's got equal or Splenda or anything with aspartame in it on that little on the table, I will ask the waitress or waiter or whatever to remove it from the table. I won't hand it to them. I'll point to it and I'll say, can you please take that away? And they'll look at me like I'm a pure nut. But I know that if I touch that, it will fuck with my aura. I won't even touch it. If at all possible, I won't even touch it. I don't even like to walk past like a section in the grocery store with it. I don't like to even get it in my field. Call me crazy. It's all right. But yeah, that I really don't. It's just bad stuff. Bad stuff. What we got here? Otis rated my trip to Cincinnati yesterday was a mind blower. Cincinnati is a cool city. A lot of old world stuff there. Got the devil's lettuce, huh? I wonder, where did that term come from, the devil's lettuce? I don't know. I can't imagine. Somebody might know that. Yeah, med beds. You know, it's weird. That reminds me of that movie, Wall-E, where you got the robot and everybody's living in outer space in spaceships because they've ruined the planet and everything. I went and saw that right after I woke up. I went to the movie, and I liked Pixar movies back then, and this was a new Pixar movie, and I thought I would really enjoy it because I like Pixar movies, and I was trying to kind of not go to any like movies with like badness in them, you know. I was trying to stay positive, you know, and I thought it would be, you know, okay, and I went to see Wall-E, and when I walked out of that theater, I was physically ill. I felt physically ill, and it wasn't from anything other than the movie. I literally, there was something so bad about that movie. Really, really bad. Been overstimulated past too. Y'all have a good Christmas, I hope. Ditch dinner is to be here. Oh, thank you. I hope that this gives everybody a place to, you know, to hang out for Christmas. I mean, you know, a lot of people don't have the ability to sit down and just chill on Christmas because they got so many obligations. But that's something I can do for you guys. You guys have done so much for me. I definitely can do that for you. Let me turn on the little fan here and get a little warm here. It's temperature's supposed to drop, but I turned up the little heater thingy because anticipating that temperature is going to drop. But I think the heat's getting warmer than or it might be this hat. I don't know. I like my hat. I did not think about, oh crap, it's got green in it, because you can't wear green. It goes see-through. So I turned it. You can set the filter for, usually you do the green screen, it looks better, but then you can set to where StreamYard does where you can say I don't have a green screen, and it actually showed some of the green hat. The other way, with the green screen, it actually made it look like where it was transparent where the green is. It was really kind of wild looking. I might do that later just for shits and giggles. It's kind of funny. It's frustrating. It's very frustrating, you know, doing small talk. It's useless. It's like, you know, we could be having really, really good conversations. It's like we know we're good conversationalists, but nobody ever utilizes us. You know, they'll talk about anything but anything important. Because they know if they touch, the ones that know, they know that if they touch on anything important, we're gonna go like into conspiracy mode. Which they think is a bad thing. I love how people like, oh, I'm not trying to be conspiratorial. I'm not trying to be a conspiracy theorist. Like it's a bad thing. It's not a bad thing. Conspiracy theorist is just the study of conspiracies. And conspiracies are two or more people getting together to plan evil acts. As simple as that. That's all it is. You're somebody that studies conspiracies. Are there conspiracies? Absolutely. We know this. This is a known. There's things we know. We know this, right? We know there's conspiracies. Santa is a conspiracy. Oh. Hold on a second. But it is frustrating that trying to you want to have conversations with people. You do anything to have a real conversation with somebody that all these people you talk to all the time that don't want to hear a word you have to say. You want to talk to them. You want to talk to them, and they don't want to hear it. They don't want to hear it. Ba 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 ba. Oh, it's Grover. What a weird name for a drag queen or whatever they call them. That is so weird. That is crazy. Normally bring up certain subjects. Hey, 6R, how you doing? CJDV, hello. Wait, here we go. Let's see. I can't drink aspartame. It makes my joints flare up. I'm fine as long as I don't touch it. Yeah, I highly suggest. You got to get these people off this stuff. I'm not against printing out a data sheet, aspartame data sheet, and handing it to people. Just to mess with them. I replaced sugar with aspartame, got vertigo. Oh gosh, I had vertigo one time. That is horrible. I woke up one day and I had vertigo, and it just out of the blue, and if you don't know what vertigo is, it's like if you ever been so drunk that the room is spinning, it's like that, but you can't get it to stop, and it don't go away, and it is a horrible thing. And I woke up and I had it, and I called my friend. I was like, I cannot get out of bed. The room is spinning. I don't know what's wrong with me. They're like, well, I'm coming over. I'm going to take you to the doctor. I'm like, I'm not going anywhere. So they came over and forced me out of bed to go to the doctor. And that was absolutely horrible. And having to sit there, wait in the doctor's office, and the world is just spinning. And they said I had an ear infection is what caused it. And they gave me something, and it cleared it up and went away. But that was something every time I hear somebody has that, I feel for them, because it is just, you can't turn it off. It is so hard. You can't eat, can't drink, can't keep anything down. You can't walk. It's just, the only thing that works is lying down and closing your eyes and holding on for dear life. Muddin is tired out from playing with toys all day. He got him a stocking full of toys. So he got one toy that he stuffed a treat down in the toy, and he figured out I don't know how he got that treat out of there, but he did. What is this? I have a Sesame Street Super Grover from the 70s still. Wow. So the she-male named after Grover? That's weird. Huh. He says drink a lot of Maker's Mark. Diet Coke. Oh my gosh. You know, I used to every now and then. You know how you drink, um, like you'll go to the when you're asleep, you go to the grocery store and you're buying drinks and you're like, I'll get some Diet Coke because that's different. You're not even getting it because you're on a diet. It's something different to drink. I would get it every now and then, and every time I drink it, it was like, as I'm drinking, I'm thinking, this is not good. It's not good for me. I don't know what it is, and it's horrible stuff. And Coke, would you it, would you put would you give a plant Coke? You pour Coke on a battery, it'll clean the acid off of it. What's that doing to you? I haven't had a soda, uh, any kind of soda in a long time. I've cut out a lot of things. Um, I cannot tell you the last time I had a Coke or anything, any kind of soda. I don't remember. Um, Over a year, definitely. Da, 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 da. I recently just did a parasite cleanse with the clove, wormwood, and black walnut. Um, and I tell you, that is, you want to talk about. My suggestion for getting it down is don't sip it, don't take it like a shot, and then chase it with something. Because it'll put hair on a woman's you know chest. It is powerful stuff. But I'm glad I could get some. But anyways, and I took that because I've been 1 year free of eating pork products. So I've had no pork products for 1 year now, which I used to eat, regularly pork products. Anything I get my hold of, pork chops and bacon and sausage. Anything. I loved pork. I grew up on pork. It was a very staple dish here in North Carolina. I mean, it was not uncommon to have on your plate sausage and bacon at one time, and ham, like all on one plate. I mean, it's like that was not uncommon, but no more. I do love the flavor, but I have definitely cut that out, and I'm just fine with it. A lot of people look at me like I'm pure crazy. I just went out to eat with my friend. Uh, she's an elderly lady that's a friend of mine that uh, we went to this pizza place here in town called Arthur's. Really good pizza. And she said, well, do you want to go to Chinese or do you want to go to Arthur's? And I said, well, I hadn't been to Arthur's in a long time, but I can't eat. I don't think there's anything I can eat. I said, because I don't think you want to eat a vegetable pizza. She goes, well, that sounds good. I said, it does? She said, yeah. So, and I think she was just kind of doing it for me, but then we ate it and she says, that was actually really good. I'm gonna get that again. So that's how we change minds. I think we change minds by showing people. We do it, and they catch on that we're on to something. They don't know what it is, but they're on to it. There's this weird thing. I don't know if Streets is still hanging out with us, but there's this weird thing in Utah that they do with Diet Coke. They got these I forget what to call it, but they got this special drink that they drink made with Diet Coke and like cream or some crazy shit, and it's a fad, and people are like, all the trendies are going for it, and it's like they got these stores that sell these drinks. I forget what they're called. If Streets is in the chat, he'll tell you what it is. but it is a thing. And I'm thinking, my God, what are they doing to those people? Like, that can't taste good, because Diet Coke tastes like monkey ass or something. I don't know what. It's horrible stuff. It's a great drink, but unfortunately I drank too much. I don't drink alcohol anymore. Yep, I quit drinking alcohol 18 years ago. Quit smoking cigarettes 18 years ago. I quit doing drugs back in 1999. Now, I did a little bit of drugs between 1999 and 2008 when I woke up, but it was more. It was like an occasional. It was an occasional thing. Very, very like. It would be like. I had a friend that I used to do Super Bowl parties for. He would block how it plays. He would hold a block party at his house. He would hire the police to block off his. He lived on a road that was, I don't know, maybe 400 feet. His block. He would have them block off his entire block. I don't know how to explain this. And then he would have me set up a big screen projector and a sound system in the front yard. And then the whole neighborhood, and this was a nice, well-to-do neighborhood, the whole neighborhood would come, and they would set up tables right there in the street and do a covered dish. And they would bring, everybody bring their own alcohol, and he would have me bring some weed. And of course, I didn't have weed. I'd have to call somebody because it was not something I, did regularly. And but anyways, that would be one occasion where I would smoke some weed. And there was an occasion where I had a girlfriend that she had never done LSD before, and she wanted to try LSD, so I did LSD with her because she wanted to try it. There was another time where some friends wanted to do some ecstasy, and I called a guy. I'm like, can you get me some ecstasy? Yeah, sure. So went to get it, and the guy ended up giving me the wrong thing, and it looked right, but I didn't know, and I assumed he knew, but he mistakenly gave me the wrong thing. And so there's 10 of us that were on Special K and didn't know what it was, and so that was a very, very, very long night. There was another time where a neighbor of mine wanted to go out to the club, and we're out at the club, and he's like, "You want to do some coke?" And I had done quite a bit of coke back in the day, and I'm like, "Yeah, I'll take a little toot," and I took it, and there was something not good about it, and I went to the bathroom, and I was sweating profusely, and scared me to death. I don't know what the hell was in that. I never took that again, but there was a few occasions over that 8-9 year period where I did a few things here and there, but not like I used to. In 1999 I was going so hard that I made a conscious decision that I needed to step back from everybody around me that was in my life, because not that it was necessarily the people, my closest friends that were the problem, even though I had 3 roommates, and one of them he was allergic to alcohol, and he wouldn't he would only smoke weed, and so he was constantly smoking weed. And so you could not ever get away from, like, you walk in the house and you've got a contact buzz just being in the house, because he smoked weed all the time. That's all he did. And so it was not uncommon for him to pass the bowl, so it was like you couldn't get away from that way. Then another one of my roommates, he didn't do any drugs, but he drank, but he only drank socially. But come a weekend, he was like, hey, you want to go out to the bar, and there'd be, that temptation. And then you had my other roommate who, he worked really hard, but he would get into damn near anything given occasion. And so he would be, here and there, let's do this, let's do that. But then you had people just stopping by all the time with different things. And like I couldn't get away from it. It was like, it was constantly a temptation. And so in 1999, I decided I really wanted to try to get my life together. And so I backed away from everybody and I kind of just went away, and backed away from everybody. It kind of put a separation between myself and everyone, to try to get myself back, together. And that was really good for me. And then in 2008, I had my awakening. That changed damn near everything. But I'm rambling. I am rambling. I used to love some bourbon. I liked, I would drink, I was mainly a beer and wine drinker, but I would get into the liquor every now and then. But I would get a little bit too out of hand on the liquor. Not mean, I would just get out of hand. Like it was full on. Like I'd climb buildings. I would go on walkabouts. I'd leave and wouldn't come back for hours, and I'd come back with strange things, like entire street signs with the concrete still attached. And that happened multiple times. I mean, just random things. I climbed the house to the top of the roof of House of Blues one time. I rode through a parking lot at a mall on the hood of somebody's car at 60 miles an hour. I mean, just randomly crazy shit. I'd walk into a bar and the bartenders, they would tell the bartenders, do not let him have tequila or lemon drop shots, because those were my two go-tos of, like, if I got too drunk and I wanted to like step it up a notch, I would go to the lemon drop shots. The tequila was just out of hand. Like I would absolutely lose my shit. It'd be, I would just, I'd be climbing the fucking walls because I was a fun drunk, but I was just too much. I mean, when you're a big boy, you can't handle me, But and lemon drop shots, I could just put those down like they were water. And then if I got really, really drunk, you ever been so drunk that you can't get any drunker? That's when I'd go to the Jägermeister, and that was a whole different level of drunk. But I'm glad I quit cold turkey, and I'm much better for it. Alcohol is so much worse than so many of these drugs. I mean, I'm not talking about, your crack's bad, your meth is bad, your heroin's bad, but you know what? I've done a lot of LSD and a lot of ecstasy and smoked a lot of weed and, smoked opium. There's a lot of these things that are not nearly as bad as they, boogeyman about them. And a lot of them can do a lot of good for you. LSD really, really, sparked my consciousness. It is I highly suggest. I think everybody should be, for their 21st birthday, instead of getting drunk, they should be dosed with a, high grade liquid LSD and let them rip, the world in half. But that's just me. Yeah, I don't trust anybody. I don't, any of these clowns. I just don't trust. Now, I am trying to get my EMT story to Candace because she has the biggest mouth, because she has the biggest audience. If I could get it to her, I'll know that I've hit the largest audience possible that I can hit. Now, can I achieve that? I don't know. It is proved to be almost impossible at this point. I don't know how to get it to larger channels. and I mean not just get it. Some of the larger channels have picked it up, but they have dropped the ball when they present it. They don't get the significance and the importance of it, and how much data that I freaking have on these guys about where their whereabouts and where they were, and like I've documented it all. And I'm going to be doing a live stream soon. I've still got to go through my data, and once I get that together, then I'll be ready to rock and roll. But I will be dropping that, and hope you all will be there for that. And if it's not your thing, that's cool. This is just something that I feel I can, make, do something with that's I feel is important. It's important to me. I feel it's important. It may not be important to you, and I can understand that, but it's important to me. So if you don't want to watch it, that's perfectly all right. It's for those that want to learn more about that. Yep, I suggest not trusting any of them. There's some very even a lot of the people, I'm starting to see some cracks in a lot of the people that I've been watching for many years. So we're in some weird times. Weird times. Candace will mud wrestle Erica soon. I really think that Candace and Erica are probably pretty chummy. I got a feeling they're buddies behind the scene. I used to work at a hotel, and we had the pro wrestlers stay at our hotel, and it was my job to make sure that they had everything they needed when it came to food and beverage. Anything they needed, really. You need a newspaper, you need, whatever, like you need aspirin, whatever, it was my job to kind of cater to these guys. And I was in high school, so it was it was really cool. But these guys were really, really, really cool. And trust me, they were all good friends. They would, literally beat each other up and then apologize at dinner that night. And I'll never forget Lex Luger. He liked apple pies. He would always want an apple pie, so I'd always made sure an apple pie was ready for him. He'd eat an entire apple pie with his meal. It was so big, but they were all just gentle giants, just the nicest people in the world. Good times. I have good memories of those guys. Very, 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 very cool. And they treated me like, they all would, because they came quite often. They would get to know me, and they always treated me really nice, and just they treated me like a person, as opposed to a rabid fan or something like that. They were cool with me, and they were comfortable, which was nice, especially at that age. Yep. Yes, can I help you? Yes. Oh, you want to go patrol? Okay, everybody. Beagle wants to go patrol, so we're gonna take a little break here, and we will be back shortly after he goes and does his little tiddlywinks. Okay, we'll be back shortly.
Just hear those sleigh bells jingling a ring a ting a ting a ling a too. Ring a ling a ling a ding a dong. Come on, it's lovely weather for a sleigh ride together with a Jew. Ring a ling a ding a ding a dong. Outside the snow is falling and friends are calling you home. Come on, it's lovely weather for a sleigh ride together with a Jew. Ring a ling a ling a ding a dong ding. Ring a ling a ling a ding a dong ding. Ring a ling a ling a ding a dong ding. Ring a ling a ling a ding a dong ding. Laga laga, laga laga, yeah. Our cheeks are nice and rosy and comfy and cozy are we. We are snuggled up together like two birds of a feather would be. Let's take the road before us and
sing us a chorus or two, maybe three. Come on, it's lovely weather for a sleigh ride together with the
Ring-a-ling-a-ling-a-ding-dong-ding, 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 ring-a-ling-a-ling-a-ding-dong-ding. Laga-laga, laga-laga, ya-ya.
Laga laga, I don't want a lot for Christmas. There is just one thing I need. I don't care about the presents underneath the Christmas tree. I just want you for my own, more than you could ever know. Make my wish come true. All I want for Christmas is you. I don't want a lot for Christmas. There is just one thing I need. Don't care about the presents underneath the Christmas tree. I don't need to hang my stocking there upon the fireplace. Santa Claus won't make me happy with a toy on Christmas Day. I just want you for my own, more than you could ever know. Make my wish come true. All I want for Christmas is you. You, baby, oh, I won't ask too much for Christmas. I won't even wish for snow. I'm just gonna keep on waiting underneath the mistletoe. I won't make a list and send it to the North Pole for Saint Nick. I won't even stay awake to hear those magic reindeer click. 'Cause I just want you here tonight, holding on to me so tight. What more can I do? All I want for Christmas is you. You, baby, I want you. All the lights are shining so brightly everywhere, and the sound of children's laughter fills the air, and everyone is singing. I hear those sleigh bells ringing. Santa, won't you bring me the one I really need? Won't you please bring me my baby to me? Oh, I don't want a lot for Christmas. This is all I'm asking for. I just want to see my baby standing right outside my door. 'Cause I just want you here tonight, holding on to me so tight. What more can I do? All I want for Christmas is you. You, baby, I want you. Dashing through the snow in a one-horse open sleigh, o'er the fields we go, laughing all the way. Ha ha ha! Bells on bobtails ring, making spirits bright. What fun it is to ride and sing a sleighing song tonight. Oh, jingle bells, jingle bell, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Hey, jingle bell, jingle bell, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. A day or two ago, I thought I would take a ride, and soon Miss Fanny Bride, she was seated by my side. The horse was lean and lank, Miss Fortune seemed a lot. He got into a drifted bank, and then we got upset. Oh, jingle bell, jingle bell, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open open sleigh. Hey, jingle bell, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh.
Last Christmas I gave you my heart, but the very next day you gave it away. This year, to save me from tears, I will give it to someone special. Last Christmas I gave you my heart, but the very next day you gave it away. This year, to save me from tears, I'll give it to someone special. Once bitten and twice shy, I keep my distance, but you still catch my eye. Tell me, baby, do you recognize me? Well, it's been a year, it doesn't surprise me. I wrapped it up and sent it with a note saying, I'll love you, I meant it. Now I know what a fool I've been, but if you kissed me now, I know you would fool me again. Last Christmas I gave you my heart, but the very next day you gave it away. This year, to save me from tears, I'll give it to someone special. Last Christmas I gave you my heart, but the very next day you gave it away. This year, to save me from tears, I'll give it to someone special. Oh, oh, baby. Crowded room, friends with tired eyes. I'm hiding from you and your soul of eyes. My God, I thought you were someone to rely on. Me, I guess I was a shoulder to cry on, a face on a lover with fire in his heart, a man undercover, but you tore me apart. Oh, now I found a real love. You will never fool me again. Last Christmas I gave you my heart, but the very next day you gave it away. This year, to save me from tears, I will give it to someone special. Last Christmas I gave you my heart, but the very next day you gave it away. This year, to save me from tears, I'll give it to someone special. Last Christmas I gave you my heart, but the very next day you gave it away. This year, to save me from tears, I will give it to someone special. Last Christmas I gave you my heart, but the very next day you gave it away. This year, to save me from tears, I'll give it to someone special.
Alrighty, we is back. How y'all doing? Okay. Hope y'all enjoyed a little bit of Indian Christmas. I got my hat. I'm trying to figure out how I want to do my hat. What do you think? Let's see. I don't know. I'm not used to wearing a hat on here. Let's see. Here we go. That looks pretty good, I guess. Why not? I got to get me some bouffant going. Okay, here we go. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. That's better. Okay, now we're ready to go. Hope y'all having a good time. Hope you got a little bit of tea or some crumpets or whatever y'all get. We're just hanging out here for Christmas, being together, a little bit of fellowship of the community with your peeps. We're a small crowd, but we are a legion. But we're just hanging out and enjoying our Christmas and sharing our thoughts. And we're going to just hang out. And if y'all have anything you want to add, just throw it on in the chat. We might talk about it. And get my hat bouffant perfect. Okay. Let's see. I'm here. Everyone just was demanding things. I tell you what, that's I bet they had a good Christmas. They Miss Hippie takes real good care of her boys. She sure does. Gotcha, K-Fab. So, niece was trying to get to do a shot today. I refused. Now something that I do keep around just for medicinal purpose, and I'm not even joking, is white liquor. Because if you have if you got a cold, you get some honey and some white liquor, and it'll knock a cold on its ass. Just a little taste. It's a good thing to have for medicinal uses. But definitely, that's definitely something I did not drink much of. It I don't know what it was, but it just really tore me up. I went from I could go from straight sober to on the floor, and I mean done. After a couple shots, I don't know what it was about white liquor that never set on me. I never handled it very well. Not that I got crazy or anything. I don't know. It just tore me up and knocked me out. I don't know. Do 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 do. Oh, those Indian Christmas songs, they just crack me up. It was the first use of the fake wrestling world. Everybody knows it fake. We still watch. If you it doesn't even matter if people know it's fake or not. It's all about the show. It's all about entertainment. But a lot of people do believe it's real. And now it is real in the fact that they are physically, you can get hurt. Mistakes happen. And then also that, you bouncing your body around on things and getting hit with tables and all these things, even though they saw the tables in half and they hit you in certain ways and all these things add up. I had a friend who actually was a pro wrestler, which is a funny story. His name was Curtis. He was a neighbor, good friend, and he was a character, absolute one of a kind. I could tell you a bunch of stories about him. But Curtis, oh God, Curtis was a trip. He was a very he would start like Christmas tree. Talking about Christmas, he would start Christmas tree wars, and it first started off, I'm going to put Christmas tree lights all over the house, and then I'm going to do better than the guy next door, so he put Christmas tree lights all over the house. So then the guy next door would put Christmas lights all over his house. So the next year, Curtis got a deer stand and climbed up a 60-foot pine tree and put Christmas lights in the top of the pine tree. So the next year, the neighbor would put Christmas tree lights all over his trees. And then Curtis took a made a pair of ramps and drove it on top of the neighbor's car. We're all friends, by the way. On top of the neighbor's car, he drove his Scout, his Scout SUV. It was an old, I forgot who made it, but Scout. It was called a Scout. It was like a Land Rover kind of thing. It didn't have a top. We called it the Land Shark. It was painted gray and it had literally shark teeth painted on the side. Dude was a nut. I loved him, but he was a nut. And he drove his Land Rover or his Scout up on top of this guy's car, Bob's car. It was Bob. His name was Bob. Parked on top of his car and put Christmas lights all over it. I mean, it was shit like that. He also had a habit, Curtis would have a habit once a year of taking his Scout and running down. This is when I lived on Brent Road. And he had the habit of running down Brent Road and running into every mailbox all the way up the road. Boom, boom, boom. And you'd hear it going, boom, 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 boom. And he'd take out all the mailboxes. So everybody'd have to replace their mailboxes. But everybody's friends. It's like it's all in good fun. But anyways, he was sitting there one day and he had this big screen TV and they were watching wrestling. He loved Jimmy Buffett. He was a freaking humongous, biggest Jimmy Buffett fan I ever seen. And he absolutely wore out the song Cheeseburger in Paradise. I can't stand Jimmy Buffett to this day because of him, but at the time, like, it was, just a thing. But he was always playing Jimmy Buffett. He loved Jimmy Buffett. And he made this drink and he called it the Saltwater Redneck, and it was apple juice and Captain Morgan's, which I highly suggest. It's very, very good. Very, very good drink. And he was watching wrestling on the TV one day, and I was over there hanging out with him, and he looked at the TV. He goes, "I'm going to be that one day." I'm like, okay. That's just a weird comment. Like, whatever. Like, all right, you're going to be a pro wrestler. Yeah. Okay. Well, come to find out, several years later, he actually went to wrestling school and became a pro wrestler, and his job was to get beat up. And he was not one of the big guys, but he actually named himself the Saltwater Redneck, and which was a perfect title for him. And his job was to get thrown through tables and have chairs slammed on his head, and that was his job, was to get beat up. And but the problem is that it was so physically demanding that it caused him a lot of physical problems. And he had, when he went to the doctor to get help for it, they put him on opioids, and it really tore him up. And he finally got off of that and became a hairdresser, of all things. But Curtis, good times. Good times. I never ever drink anything 1 calorie. Must drink water. That's why I drink a case of Coca-Cola. Yes, water is the ultimate drink. I just, unfortunately, being Southern, we basically need an IV of sweet tea. It's just it's a habit. I've given up a lot of things. That's one thing I haven't been able to give. I tried to go unsweet tea, and it just didn't work. You like that background screen? It's pretty good. I thought that was a cute one. You like the wormwood? Have you had it, Odin's Raven? That worm, that stuff is powerful. I tell you, it is. Yeah, I suggest it. Yeah. I did not have any ill effects from it. A lot of people, I did, a lot of research looking into it, and a lot of people have a lot of, it's almost like it's a hard experience to go through, because it's like they call it die-off symptoms, and it's where your body's trying to excommunicate all this badness, heavy metals and all this crap and the parasites and all this stuff. But I have not had really any ill side effects. The only thing I didn't like was or didn't enjoy was actually drinking the stuff. But and it actually, when I first the first few days, I drank it with beet juice, organic beet juice, and because the lady at the store said, you want to take this, it'll help mask the flavor. Well, she was lying; it did not. But I learned to just chase it with some juice, any kind of juice. It doesn't even matter, just anything. Just chase right after it. Don't even mess around with it. Just take it like a shot, pound it down, and immediately chase it with something. Swish your mouth out, and you're good to go. And you're through it. Also, started taking. I'm taking all kinds of neat things. Let's see. Pounding a little B12, pounding a little turmeric, pounding a little fish oil, pounding some vitamin C. Got some beetroot, something or another for nitric oxide. I'm trying to get some good stuff going. I'm no spring chicken. I'm 53 now, so the clock is reversing on me now. But I'm doing a lot better than I have been in years. I still have a lot of problems with my back and my knees because I have a blown disc in my back, which causes me absolute hell. And then my knee, I blew that out in high school, and it's just getting worse. But I just recently, I was sitting, I had let me show you. I got it right here. I had, when I first hurt my knee, I don't know if you guys can see this. When I first hurt my knee, I was given this brace, and it's missing 2 straps, and I've had it since 1989, and it was a hand-me-down when I got it. So this thing's at least, probably from 1987 or 8. Anyways, I just thought, man, you know what? I need to just buy a new one. So I bought a new one a few weeks ago, and I've been wearing this every day to give myself support because my knee was just getting so just ornery. I just got tired of it. Have given me problems, so I've been wearing my knee brace constantly, and that's helped a lot. But I'm trying to do a lot of different things to I'm trying to, if I'm trying to do better. I mean, I'm never going to be perfect. I mean, I've lived a hard life, y'all. I did copious amounts of drugs and alcohol and smoking, and there's a price to be paid for that. So I have cut all that stuff out, but that doesn't mean that stuff's not still, a problem. It's hard to get through all that. But given time, maybe it will, turn the tide. And I do feel a lot better than I ever did. So that's good. Just try to do something, y'all. Is all I can suggest is try to do one, like, try something. It's like if something sounds interesting to you, health wise, that you might like to try it. Don't go overboard. Don't like go switch overnight to be a vegan or anything like that. I mean, increments. Work your way into it. Learn what you can handle. Take it in stride, and eventually, you will. Like I've cut out, eating fast food, and I, it's just so many things. And am I perfect? Hell no. Hell no, I ain't perfect. No freaking way. And I'm just trying to do better than I did yesterday. Now, I mean, use wormwood every video. I might spell it wrong. I used to use wormwood. Did y'all do the whole the black walnut, wormwood, and the clove? That's how I did it. That was a powerful thing, I tell you. Absinthe liquor is wormwood. That's why it was banned around the world. Ton of rock. Absinthe, that stuff is really interesting. I never got to drink absinthe. You know, and I don't even think you could drink real absinthe at this point. I mean, especially in this country, in America, you're not going to get the real deal. And even over in the European countries that they do have it, supposedly, I don't even know if it's the same stuff as they used to have. There's a whole thing behind absinthe. There's an interesting history there. I don't know. Told where the front door is, get out, come back when you wake up. I'm finished. What? Dun, 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 dun. I know this has to be so hard on her, especially with the holidays. Who we talking about? I don't know who we're talking about. Other streets. I'm here. I think you're talking about swig drinks. All the Mormons don't drink coffee or alcohol, so they're made soda swig drinks. Now, that's not the way, that's not the term that I remember hearing, but you know what I'm talking about. I don't know what the swig drinks. I don't think that's the term. I can't remember what you know what I'm talking about. It's some kind of they don't drink coffee. That's terrible. What in the world? They don't drink, but they don't drink coffee, but they can drink soda. Wait, they can't drink alcohol. Wait, Mormons don't drink alcohol? Really? I see a lot of videos with Mormon people or Utah people. I guess Utah people. I guess I could assume everybody in Utah's Mormon for the most part. That's not true though. It's a whole different lifestyle. They got their own kind of thing going on out there in Utah. I tell you, it's very different out there. Veggie pizza, you know, on our veggie pizza, I forgot about this. We added pineapple. That was really good too. Adding the pineapple to it. Yes, yes, yes. Stopped drinking alcohol in 2012. That's awesome. I stopped drinking alcohol because when I first started waking up, I learned that it clouds the mind, and it it stunts your awakening. And there was a lot of things I stopped in 2008 when I woke up. And it was cold turkey. It's amazing when you actually have and I guess everybody's different, but mine was very abrupt. It happened within a very short period of time. My initial awakening. It was like being asleep and somebody throwing a 5-gallon bucket of water on your face when you're dead asleep. That was what mine was like. It happened very quickly. Within 2 months, I sold everything I had and was living in a tent. And it was on purpose. And it was, I mean, we're talking dramatic. But within 2 weeks after, starting to awake, I was, fully awake. And it was just very, very, very quick. But I think everybody's different. I think I've heard people say, I've heard, and I'm thinking of some very specific people, but I've had people tell me, I'm sure, have told me that they have always been awake. I've always been awake. No, you hadn't. That's not true. I don't believe that. I don't. I believe we are awake when we're babies, when we're born, but we go back to sleep very quickly because of our, programming from our parents and our cultures and our civilizations and our TVs. I would be very, very surprised if someone has just always been awake. I've always been. I just don't believe that. And I think they might have had uh, experiences that explain these things to them in a lot of ways, but that I don't think they've had that awakening experience. Because awakening, it shakes you to your foundation. It absolutely shakes you. I remember when Maker's Mark first came out. My grandfather had a liquor store. Maker's Mark. Maker's Mark's the one. Isn't that the one with the? Is that the one with the red um, wax top or something? I may be wrong about that. I never drank Maker's Mark. I used to have this friend that it was very like this was going back to the 90s. I originally had in my 20s, I had 5 best friends originally. Um, and one of them's name was Jason, and he's just a really good guy. And he was really into uh, he wanted to, he always talked about he wanted to be in a secret service, and he wanted, he wanted to be a police officer, and he always talked about these things. And um, we just kind of laughed it off. We weren't serious about anything, but he was dead serious. And as we were drinking in those days, but then when some of the friends, some of the the 5 guys, not me, because that I got into this stuff a little bit later, but they started dabbling with drugs. He decided, he made a conscious decision to back away from the group, because he wanted to go on the path of law enforcement, and he didn't want um, us and our antics to get in the way of that. And I always respected that of him. And we were sad to see him leave our group, but the other guys were a little bit sore at him, but I always respected that. And he went on to become a Raleigh Police Department officer. And he never went into the Secret Service, but he did go to RPD, and that's a very, very respectable police department. And I always respected that of him. Good, he was a real good friend, and we were, it was really sad to lose him as a friend. But I remember he was, it's really, gosh, I hadn't thought about him in years. He, the last time I heard from him was unfortunate, because he ran into one of the 5 guys, one of the 5 original friends, and he was on duty, and he said, "Hey, have you talked to John?" And he said, "Yeah, I can get him on the phone for you." And they called me, and I had been out drinking, and I was drunk when I talked to him, and I don't remember a word of the conversation. I don't remember. I know that it was just completely incoherent, and that was the last time I talked to him. But I really wish I hadn't been drunk, because that would have been really nice to have that conversation with an old friend that had made good on his dreams. But shout out to Jason. Stopped all drugs too. Had a cocaine problem back in my punk rock days. Yeah, I never got like super bad into cocaine. There was it was the most I ever would do was a gram on a Friday or Saturday or something. It wasn't for it was maybe a year that the cocaine. Honestly, the cocaine was just so expensive. I just couldn't afford it. So that was my saving grace with cocaine. Um, but it's not cocaine's not nearly as bad as people make it out to be. I mean, it can if you do too much, yeah, and it is very expensive. It was about at that time it was about $90 a gram. Pure wormwood tincture gives you kind of buzz, but with a horrible taste in your mouth. Yeah, you don't want the taste. I did hear people talk about a buzz, um, like a tingling sensation that people would get. I didn't experience any of that, and I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing. I kind of think it's maybe a good thing. Maybe my system is a lot cleaner than a lot of these people I was looking into that were giving their reviews of it. So I hope that it did some good. Um, it is what it is. Um, Downers used to get me going. Opposite effect. I was never a downer kind of person. I was always an upper kind of fella. I never want that. The only time I'd like want downer a downer type thing is if I was let's say rolling on ecstasy and I wanted to come down because I was a little too jacked up. I'd smoke some weed and it'd calm me right down. Or it's weird if you wanted to. It's like if you're on it. If I was tripping on LSD and I wanted to kick the trip back in, I'd smoke some LSD. I mean, I'd smoke some LSD. I'd smoke some weed, and it would kick the trip back up. I didn't have that option. I was just I didn't even have the option. It was a liquid, and that was what I was seeing people using, so that's what I went with. Bourbon's made in Kentucky. I've got some apple brandy here, which is white liquor. It's a flavored white liquor. But I keep it for medicinal uses. I don't keep it to drink it. I keep it. It is something that can help with. And the funny thing is, I keep it around for such occasion because somebody gave it to me. It was like, yeah, you want some apple brandy? And I'm like, well, yeah, okay, sure. Because that's something that has a value. But I've never drunk it. But and that's because I've had one cold in the last 18 years, one cold, and that was only because I started working with a guy building decks, and the first week I worked with him, we were riding, and he had a really bad cold, and you're riding cooped up with a guy in a SUV, riding 45 minutes to work and back. It's kind of hard not to catch a cold, so I caught a cold from him, but I got over it pretty quick. But I have not had any sickness like that, any colds or flus or anything like that in 18 years. Which it tells me a lot. Never tripped before. I shared that I did a mescaline diet and laughed at a piece of pizza for 3 hours. I had micro dots one time, and I tell you what, that there's this thing they talk about: don't stare into a mirror too long, and that's not. Take my word for it, it's not a good thing to dose on micro dots and then stare in the mirror for 3 hours. That's not a good That doesn't. That's not a good trip. But a bad trip, people are always scared of bad trips, and bad trips are actually good because they help expose some things you need to work through, and so bad trips can be very helpful. Oh yeah, I used to smoke in 2008 when I woke up. I was smoking 2 packs of Marlboro Reds, Marlboro Light. I started off smoking Marlboro Reds, and then I switched to Marlboro Lights. But I smoked 2 packs of Marlboro Lights a day when I woke up. I smoked from 1992 to 2008. And I started off smoking Marlboro Reds, and occasionally I would smoke Camel Unfilters, um, and sometimes closed cigarettes. But yeah, I smoked copious, and if I was going out drinking, I'd smoke 3 packs of cigarettes. It was ridiculous. Jägermeister. Now that is a whole nother level of that is it's like if you're at that level, if you've ever, well, most of you don't know what this entails, but if you've ever been so drunk you can't get any drunker, like you've just hit your plateau, you're drinking and it's not going anywhere, it's not doing anything, you're just done. You go to the Jägermeister and it just takes you to a whole nother level of drunk that it's on another plateau. And we used to go to this bar that had um, a Jägermeister slide, and they would slide. It was like this channel, like a little slide, and they would slide the Jägermeister in it into your mouth. And it Jägermeister that's chilled and then slid down ice. Oh man, what an experience! I used to love drinking, but I'm so thankful that I quit drinking. And something I've never had is shrooms. That's one that when I was doing drugs, I did not like mushrooms. I do now, but I did not like mushrooms, and I could never get past the fact that I did not like mushrooms. I could not stomach it. I kept trying to get somebody to put it in honey for me because I heard that you could soak it in honey and then drink the honey like in a tea or something, and it would work. But I could never get anybody to like just eat it. And I'm like, I can't put it on pizza. No, I can't do it. I can't stomach. But then there was this girl. What was her name? Jewel. And she lived in the apartments across from me, and I forget how I met her. I actually liked her roommate, Rachel, but Rachel wasn't having it. Even though me and Rachel were friends, she just would not allow the big advances. You know, she was cool. But her roommate Jewel was game, and so one night she invited me over for dinner, and she made spaghetti, and it had mushrooms as a topper. I did not like mushrooms, but because I was trying to be, impressive Biggs, I ate the mushrooms, and I surprisingly liked them, and I've been eating mushrooms ever since. And I guess just growing up now, one thing I can't stand is asparagus. I literally, that is not something you want to put on my plate. I cannot stand the smell of it. I can't stand the flavor. I just cannot take that. I tripped on Big's video to Hallelujah video. So that was a really neat video. That film, some of these old films, it unfortunately that film is so I don't know if it's so degraded or if it wasn't filmed well, but it
if you just search the name of the video, it's like the Little Matchstick Girl 1922 or 1902 or something like that. Go look it up on Wikipedia, and it'll tell you, the story, of the film, what the story's about. And it's just about this little girl that, she's a matchstick seller. She's a little poor girl. She's a homeless matchstick. She sells matches, and she can't get anybody to buy her matches, and people are kind of just passing her by in life, and so she starts. It's freezing cold, and she starts lighting her matches to keep herself warm. And every time she lights a match, she's hallucinating because she's dying, and she dreams of a warm fire, and she dreams of a nice warm hot Christmas dinner, and then she dies, and an angel comes and takes her away. And it's just I don't know, it's a neat film, really cool. And of course, the song Hallelujah, I mean, that version is just haunting. And he died in the Mississippi. He was with his after a show, him and his one of his I believe it was his guitar tech, but it was one of his roadies or something, and they went out to the Mississippi to just hang out and play some music, and they were sitting by the river, and they were the roadie turned around to do something, like to get the guitar or something. He just turned around for a second. When he turned back, Jeff Buckley was gone, and he had somehow fallen into the river, and he must have hit his head or something. I don't know, but he died, and it was a real loss, because he was very, very a very special artist. Yeah, I'm really proud of myself for what I've accomplished and where I've come from. I've known so many people that did not come back, that lost everything, that didn't make it, that didn't that just are still there, and I'm really thankful that I pulled myself up, because believe me, nobody was there to do that for me. Nobody was. When I started backing away from these things, everybody that I thought cared about me turned on me. They did not understand it. They did not get it. They did not, like, what are you doing? What like they thought it was a fool's errand. They didn't get it. They didn't understand. They really didn't care about me or my well-being. Not that they were bad people. They just, ultimately, I was, they enjoyed me for, I was fun. And I wasn't fun anymore when I just wasn't a fun. I used to be a really fun person. I'm not that person anymore. I was really fun when I was drunk and high. I really was. But I'm just not that person anymore. And I don't want to be that person. And they didn't understand that. And, I lost a lot of friends over it, but, it is what it is. I would rather be without these people in my life and be clean and sober than to have them continually, there as a temptation. It is what it is. Yes, it was Maze who said that they were real little matchstick girls who sold matchsticks in the cold. Yeah. It's amazing what the children went through. I always heartbroken by the chimney sweep kids, the ones that were, 4 or 5 years old, and they were dropping them down chimneys. That just kills me. Yeah, drug bucket list. Yeah, shrooms. It's messed up because now I don't have anybody that one thing I learned is that you you want to trust the person you're getting the drugs from, because there are a lot of shady people out there, and a lot of people will just sell you damn near anything. So I learned that you really need to know the source, and you need to know that if they're willing to take it and give it, if they're willing to sell it to you, that they're willing to take it too. But shrooms is one of those things that I don't know anything about, and I wouldn't know. Like I pretty much guarantee I could walk outside my house and find shrooms, but I don't know which ones are okay and which ones aren't, and I'm not willing to take that chance. But that shrooms is something that I think would be very, very helpful. And there's other things that, like, there some of these peyote would be nice. Ayahuasca, some of these DMT kind of things. And you can't get good acid anymore. They in the 90s, you had the leftovers from the hippie movement, and so we got the drippings from that, the holdout stashes of liquid LSD that were being dropped on blotter paper and being sold, but they really wiped that market. The stuff you get today is not the same, because see, LSD has to be made in a lab. You can't just, it's not like most drugs where you can make it damn near anywhere. LSD has to be very carefully made to get it proper, but it is definitely something that I really wish they would reschedule. I mean, I understand they rescheduled marijuana, and that's really good. I think that's a good move, because we need to be able to test it to find out what we can do with it. So I'm very supportive of that, but I think that they should also reclassify LSD, and so that we can test with it. I think it has high potential for helping people. But the problem is with LSD, it's like, the CIA put it out thinking they were going to control people, but what it did was it woke a whole generation up. They were like, oopsie, and so they withdrew. But the problem is that the hippies, held on to it and in liquid form, and they used that through the next 30 years, 40 years, to dose, because LSD goes a long ways. I mean, you got a vial of liquid LSD, it's going a long way to getting people high. So they held out for a long time, but those supplies ran out. I suspect there's still some out there, but anyways, I'm a little bit goofy. Two Shoes, never done any of them. It's I don't think everybody needs to do these things. I think certain people, it helped me, and I've known a lot of people that it's helped. I've known a lot of people that, well, I've never known anybody that LSD hurt, not one person. It's these other drugs like heroin and meth and crack and these kind of things that are really the bad thing. This fentanyl, and I just don't even, there was a time around here where people were dropping dead left and right because they were lacing everything with fentanyl. Even the weed was getting laced with fentanyl. You had people overdosing on weed, smoking a joint and overdosing around here, because these idiot drug dealers were putting it on everything, which makes no sense to me. Kathy was a wild child. Found lunch. Oh, you just found Lunchbox. Wow, yeah, he's got a lot of good content. Yeah, he's gone a little too far here and there, but I think we have to, as long as we have discernment, I think that's, where we need to start. But all in all, I think he's good. I think his points are very good. It'd be interesting to see where he goes in the future. I keep my eye on him. I don't, we all know that the donkey is not the leader of the pack. It's always been Fred. And I'm pretty sure he got that from yours truly here. But that's just my thinking on that. A lot of it's to do with people growing up. It's not really live where I am. Everything's available where you are. I tell you what, it's when you want something, when you really want it, you start looking for it, you will find it. It's not nearly as hard as people think it is to get things. We're all good. Yeah. Okay. Conspiracy theorists. I mean, we're fortune tellers, really. I mean, I feel like I'm 20 years ahead of the news. It's like, I don't know. It's kind of frustrating knowing all this stuff way ahead of time. There must be a point to all this. Is about all I can say is the creator must have a plan for certain of us to be awake the way we are, and there must be some reason that we're all kind of sitting here in idle waiting for this change to happen. I've got to, I don't know if it's gonna, I had to redo it because YouTube's got this stupid policy where you can take a song and use it for a 60-second short, but as soon as you try to do like a 3-minute short, which you can make up to a 3-minute short, as soon as you try to go over a minute, it'll block the video and say, nope, can't use it for shorts over 60 seconds, which is retarded, because then I can make a full video with the entire song. Let's say it's a 4-minute song and a 3-minute video. I can make a 4-minute video and it'll go through. I can make a 1-minute video and it'll go through. But if I make a 2-minute and 50-second video, it'll block it. And it's so stupid. But anyways, there's a song. I don't want to tell you too much, but I don't want to give it away. But there's a song. It's an old song. It's not a great song, but the lyrics are interesting. It's by somebody a lot of you have heard of. He's a famous singer. He was a famous singer. He's a famous singer in his own right, but he was a famous singer for a very big band. I don't want to give it away, but I'll hopefully be releasing that soon. But I just want you to listen to the lyrics. And he wrote this song in 1977. I believe it was 77. And the lyrics are about 2025. And it's like, well, that's interesting. And then you go and look at him, and he's been he talks about seeing ghost, and he talks about he was abducted by aliens at one point in his life. This is a real famous person, y'all. But this song, it's not a great song. It's not. I just want you, like, when I show it, you're gonna know which one it is. But I want you to just listen to the lyrics and go look the lyrics up. But it's just like, wow, how did he know? Like, what was he aware of? Because that's interesting. We are all wanted by many. but we're pulling in the lead. Everything is coming true. Gosh, you know, it's crazy to me how many people still just don't even know that 9/11 was an inside job. And they don't know so much. They don't know, you know, really anything. And it's dumbfounding to me that people don't, even though you've told them a lot of times, they still don't know. It's really weird. Yeah, I took him on patrol. I must be far back here. That was a while ago. Oh, Bud's asleep. He's back there snoring. There's a weed shop. There's second store here. We don't have they haven't legalized weed here in North Carolina yet. Must be watching that video. I used to have a weed plant that was 6 feet tall growing in my kitchen, and we lived in this apartment at the time, and one day there was a knock at the door, and I went and opened it. It was 2 police officers, and I'm like, and I'm literally have 15 feet behind me, I have a 6-foot pot plant in the window, and they're like, we're looking for so and so. It was somebody in the building. I had no idea who they were talking about, and I said, I had no idea. I don't know what you're talking about. They're like, okay, thank you. You're welcome. I shut the door. Immediately shit myself. And then I went out of town for a week on a tour, and I came back, and my roommate had run out of weed and then cut down my pot tree and put it in the oven and baked it and then smoked it. So he smoked my pot tree. He didn't like the Indian guy. Oh gosh. Legal for medicinal in Kentucky. It's getting I think they should give it legal. It's interesting why it originally started, I think, with them trying to get rid of hemp, and they hid it under under marijuana, because the paper companies lobbied to get rid of they wanted to get rid of hemp, because it was cutting into their profits, and so they came up with this idea that marijuana is bad and blah blah blah, and they scheduled one that so you couldn't even test it. I disagree with that. I mean, I'm sorry, y'all, but yes, you can smoke too much weed. Yes, it can be a bad thing. Yes, absolutely. But you can also drink too much fucking water. I mean, that's just the truth of the matter. But I'm sorry, everybody should be like, when you turn 18, you should be issued a joint. Here, smoke this. This will set you right. It is there's nothing wrong with it. I never liked the flavor of it. It just was so, to me, a lot of people love it. I hated it. I don't care how good it was. I just never liked the flavor, but it was fun being high. It makes for an entertaining evening. And it doesn't mess you up in the head. It slows you down if you smoke too much. And these people that smoke it all the time, I don't think you should do that. I think these people are smoking it every day. Absolutely not. Here and there, it's like anything else. Like a drink here and there is probably not bad for you. Although I personally, I don't want to drink here and there either. Bum, 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 bum. You turn the Indian Christmas songs off? Oh, no. Excellent idea. Turned it down. Y'all are cracking me up. Could have played Sex Pistols like earlier and I would have been happy. You like that, huh? You don't trust any of the legalized products. Black market is safer. Yeah. I don't really understand why we have to have these exotic forms of marijuana. I mean, how high do you need to get? I mean, really? I mean, you just look at an example of doing too much. Look at Miley Cyrus. She did too much. It's like that movie. You did too much. You know, she went way too far. My remote to the television is me at MIA going crazy. Y'all picking on my Christmas music. 2 weeks to wrap all the gifts. Only half a day to tear them open, but it was worth to see the smiles on their faces. That's great. You had a cat who used to sleep inside the Christmas tree. Cats are funny. They are funny freaking creatures. Iced tea's the nectar of the gods. Da 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 da. Don't drink or do any real drugs. Bum, 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 bum. Had breaded veal chops in an air fryer. I don't remember the last time I had veal. It's been a very, very long time. Very long time. I just was never a. I guess I knew what it was and it bothered me. So I was just never a fan of it. But I hadn't had it but 1 or 2 times. It's just not something I ever really was. It wasn't something like my go-to or anything. I could put down a steak though. I ate many a steak. That's something I eat very rarely now. Is a steak. It's I just don't I don't know. There's so many things I've cut out. Like I had steak a few months back. The boss took me for a steak dinner. I mean, that was cool, but it's not what I would have chosen. It's like I was given a choice. I wouldn't have chose the steak dinner, but that's where he wanted to go, and that was fine. He'll be out there cooking on the grill, and he'll cook some sort of, pork chops or something like that. And he's like, I'd offer you some. He says it all smart ass. I'd offer you some, but I know you don't eat pork now. Like, geez, thanks. Yeah, you're right. He's saying all smart assy, Like, yeah, you don't know what I know about that. Remember a cat breaking the glass Christmas bulbs? What's your problem? Huh? What's your problem? Oh, you want to play some more Christmas music? Okay, let's do that.
Jingle bell, jingle bell, jingle bell rock.
Jingle bell swing and jingle bell ring, snowing and blowing the bushels of fun. Now the jingle hop has begun. Jingle bell, jingle bell, jingle bell rocky. Jingle bells a chime and a jingle bell a time. Dancing and prancing in Jingle Bell Square. In the frosty air, what a bright time is the right time to rock the night away. Jingle bell time is a swell time to go gliding in a one-horse sleigh. Giddy up a jingle horse, pick up your feet, jingle around the clock. Mix and mingle in the jingle in the feet. That's the Jingle Bell Rocky. Jee-ha! Lagga, 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 la. What a bright time is the right time to rock the night away. Jingle bell time is a swell time to go gliding in a one-horse sleigh. Giddy up a jingle horse, pick up your feet, jingle around the clock. Mix and mingle in the jingle in the feet. That's the Jingle Bell Rocky. Jingle bell, jingle bell, jingle bell rock. Feliz Navidad, Feliz Navidad, Feliz Navidad, prospero año y felicidad. Feliz Navidad, Feliz Navidad, Feliz Navidad, prospero año y felicidad. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. I want to wish you a Merry Christmas from the bottom of my heart. I want to wish you a Merry Christmas. I want to wish you a Merry Christmas. I want to wish you a Merry Christmas from the bottom of my heart. Feliz Navidad. Feliz Navidad, Feliz Navidad, prospero año y felicidad. Feliz Navidad, Feliz Navidad, Feliz Navidad, prospero año y felicidad. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. I want to wish you a Merry Christmas from the bottom of my heart. I want to wish you a Merry Christmas. I want to wish you a Merry Christmas. I want to wish you a Merry Christmas from the bottom of my heart. Feliz Navidad. Feliz Navidad, Feliz Navidad, prospero año y felicidad. Feliz Navidad, Feliz Navidad, Feliz Navidad, prospero año y felicidad. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. I want to wish you a Merry Christmas from the bottom of my heart. I want to wish you a Merry Christmas. I want to wish you a Merry Christmas. I want to wish you a Merry Christmas from the bottom of my heart.
Be honest, how many of you are cussing me right now?
I'm an evil elf. Want a biscuit?
Somebody about to piss their fur. They had to go out.
We're back.
All righty, let's see. Ba, 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 ba. Da, 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 da. I didn't see the comment about the niece asking to take a shot until now. She doesn't realize what come through. I hear that. My mom and dad cat did that too. He also tried to eat the chocolates. Eat the chocolates of the Christmas tree. Huh. I don't think we ever put chocolates on the Christmas tree. I don't think that's a thing every year. Chocolates on a Christmas tree. I don't think we put candy canes on a Christmas tree. Just think I did point that out to her though. I don't drink. Yes, very tasty. Haven't had viewing in ages. Just found my remote. Oh my god, my knees hurt. Just found your remote. Yeah. Well, y'all don't like my Indian Christmas music. I know I'm an evil elf. Yeah, Special K. That was not. I don't know what it would be like if I just took Special K knowing it was Special K. I don't know. It might have been better. But what I do know is when you think you're on ecstasy and it's not ecstasy and you don't know what it is, it's terrifying. Especially when you drop into the K hole. Not good. Not fun. Yeah, my knees give me a lot of trouble. It is because I hurt my one knee. Hey, I'll be kissing on no furriness. Because I hurt my one knee, I have to favor my other knee, and so that has caused problems in my other knee. So these are tough. I don't know which story that was, but I'm glad it was a hell of a story. If it was a good story. Yeah, cats love trees. They're actually that is actually catnip to them. Black tea UK with a little milk. I used to have a friend. She was from England and named Hebby, and well, her name was Heather. I called her Hebby, and she was the only girl that could ever drink me under the table. I don't know how she could do it. I could never outdrink her. I don't know how. She was incredible drinker, but really good friend, and she I always kept. She would show up out of nowhere, like she was like a wind. She would just blow in. Just, I'm here. Oh, okay. She would just show up out of nowhere, like for a weekend, like, and of course I'd show up at her, but we just had this great friendship, and like we would just show up in each other's lives from time to time, and just it was just always fun, and she'd always bring her friends, and I'd bring my friend. It was always just like this gathering point. But I always kept Earl Grey. I think it was Earl Grey in the cupboard for her in case she showed up, because she drank tea, not coffee, as I was informed. But she I think let's see. I think I've got I don't know if I can find that. Let me see. I might be able to find it. Hold on a second. I've got a picture of her and I together, I think. If I can find it. See if that. Yeah, here we go. This is Heather and I, Hebby, and I in one of those photo booths. One night out, she was just a really close friend. She eventually moved to California, but she was a really close friend, and she was a she was the girlfriend of my roommate, and then they broke up, and then my roommate and my girlfriend ran off together, and which was okay because I really wasn't she wasn't really the right girl, you know what I mean? And then me and Heather came to console me, um, about this, and we just became really good friends. And it was just a really close relationship. And we were friends for many years, and we had many good times. But this was just one of our little adventures. And she eventually married her college um, sweetheart, John. His name was John too, and he was a great guy. He I didn't particularly like John when I first met him because he was very kind of needy. Like he just was. He didn't have any cojones, just. But he grew on me, and we became really good friends too. But John and Heavy, and they were really good people. But anyways, that's a little blast from the past. Let's see. Yeah, them's cussing words. Them's not. That's awful. Bum 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 bum. That cat was crazy. My parents had a fish tank in the living room. It used to go fishing. I could imagine. Man, there was one of my family stories is that we had a house in Johnson City, Tennessee, and it was an old farmhouse, and the cat ran by the fireplace, and a spark caught the cat's tail on fire, and the cat ran around the house, burned the house down. And then they built another house, and a tornado came and tore it down. And they built another house, and I think it's still there today. Cats are a trip. Yeah, knees are tough things. We're going to talk to never stops. Definitely center good vibes there. That's a good idea. We got a good crowd here, y'all. We're small, but we are legion. We're like a little secret. We're like our own little secret group over here in the corner of the internet. Nobody's paying attention to. It's a good thing. It's a good thing. I'm just reading through your comments here. Skiing accident. I've been skiing one time. That was really fun. I was really good at the bunny slope. I'm not good at ice skating or skiing. My knees do the thing where I can't keep my feet together. My knees go like that. And so anytime I try to ice skating or rollerblading, my knees would go together. Roller skating I could do, but not rollerblading or skiing or ice skating. I just could not keep my legs together. My legs would always go out, and I just couldn't do it. LSD or DMT? I would say DMT. LSD is much milder. Well, of course, you can get mild DMT too, but I would say DMT. If I was gonna suggest somebody, I would say DMT. But LSD, I mean, they're both great. I mean, yeah, I don't know. That's tricky. That's a tricky. I mean, it really depends on what kind of DMT. LSD is kind of like. I mean, there's you know LSD is like. I mean, there's better LSD, but it's more LSD's more. It's more about how much you take. Depends on where you go. You can have a much different trip if you take a 1 drop of LSD as you do, 10 drops of LSD. But snow skin is really cool. I really like that. Cat was called a Mufti. She was a dark tortoiseshell cat. Tortoiseshell. Sit on top of a fish tank, get her claws in the fish tank. Cats are funny. I don't know who we're talking about. Ever watched her once. I'm not sure who we're talking about. I missed something. Yeah, it's a pretty good brace so far. It's smaller than my old one, which is a little bit. It's a different feeling on my leg, so I'm having to kind of get used to it a little bit. We've been wearing one for so long. I didn't used to wear my brace all the time. Now I wear it every day because it just. I got tired of my knee popping out because my knee pops out, but as I've gotten older, it's popped out more often. And when it rains and the barometric pressure drops, it just goes haywire. I hate rain days. Just absolutely hate it because it really gives me trouble. Merry Christmas, Orphan Annie. How's Miss Annie? I'm a little bit behind on chat, I do believe. That's okay. Trip when we went to a music planetarium light show. Oh man, one time me and my friends we dropped acid and we drove to Chapel Hill. I didn't drive, my friend drove, but I didn't like to ride in cars when I was tripping. I'd get real paranoid. So we dropped acid and then drove to Chapel Hill, which was about 30 minutes away, which is enough time. And we were going to go to the planetarium. And so we drove there, and then we got to Chapel Hill, and we got out of the car. We started it started kicking in, and there's this mural there that was on the side of a wall, and it was like you were looking down. It was a mural of like you're looking down from a rooftop. So you're standing on the ground, you're looking at a building, but it looks like you're looking down off a rooftop. That was trippy. And then we went to the planetarium, found out the show didn't start for another hour. So we went back to Franklin Street, which is like the main drag at the college. This is at University of Chapel Hill, UNC. And it was fall and the leaves were falling. Oh, it was so beautiful. And I always used to have these Tinker balls with me. There were these 2 little balls about yay big, and I would twirl in my fingers like this, and it would keep me grounded, And I was sitting there, and everybody, for some reason, we're sitting on this little brick wall, and we're sitting there just, looking at the leaves and watching the people, walk by. We're just enjoying the day. It was a beautiful day, and one of the balls flipped out of my hand, and it bounced on the brick, and everybody's following the ball, and it bounces on the brick, jumps up, and a bicycle rides by. It hits the pedal on the bicycle and bounces up into the air back into my hand. I kept twirling, and everybody lost their shit. It was like, oh my God. It was really cool. And then we went to the planetarium and saw the space light show. They do this like stars light show. Oh man, Really, really cool. Very, very enjoyable. Very, 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 very cool. Do 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 do. Everybody talking about knees in here. Y'all cursing at me. That I guess that's the payback I get for playing the Indian Christmas music. Evil, evil elf. Ooh. Oh, yeah, Maker's Mark is the one with the red wax. Okay, I got that right. I was guessing on that. Okay, I never drank it. One thing I did uh, enjoy when I could was cognac. Oh man, good cognac. Ooh. And one time I tried to buy an $800 glass of cognac at a place called Del Frisco's. It was a real nice steakhouse, and there was this glass uh, glass display box sitting right across from our table, and I asked the waiter. I said, "What's the deal with that bottle of cognac?" And the guy said, "Oh, that's such and such cognac, and it's $800 a glass." And I said, "Really?" He said, "Yeah." And he said, "Has anybody ever bought any?" He says, "Two people in all the years that he had worked there, and I forget how many years he had worked there, but he had worked there a while." He said, "Two people. One person that bought it was a guy that was very wealthy, and he had plenty of money to burn, and it was no big deal, and he bought it just because he could. And another guy bought it because he was showing off." And I said, "So only two people have had that glass of cognac." I said, "It's $800." And the group I was with, they were like, "Oh hell no!" I'm like, "Can I?" They're like, "No, no, 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 no." And my friends talked me off the ledge, but I came very close to ordering an $800 glass of cognac, which I drank too much. I'm gonna tell all. Okay, my New Year's resolution in January of 2008, right before I woke up. I woke up, started waking up the second week in January of 2008. So on New Year's Day of January 2008, this is 2 weeks before my New Year's resolution, and I'm not joking about this. This is not a joke. This is dead truth. My New Year's resolution was to drink more liquor. And I don't mean just drink more amounts of liquor. I meant like, I used to see the people in the movies and the TV shows, they would, get the glass and the ice cubes, and they would pour the straight liquor, and they would just drink the liquor straight. And I never was except for, shots here and there, I was never one of those people that would just pour a glass of liquor. And that's what I meant. I meant I wanted to be able to drink like that, like, and what a I mean, seriously, that was my New Year's resolution. That's where I was, and I came out of that. One of the funnest things I ever did was ride a jet ski. No, not a jet ski, a sea-doo. I rode a jet ski the same day, but the Sea-Doo, I really enjoyed the Sea-Doo. The only problem is that I rode it all day long. I'd never ridden one before, and you use muscles that I guess you never use, or at least I never used. And I hurt so bad the next day, it was not even funny. But that was so much fun. And one of the funnest things I did was I learned that you could, by accident, that if you fell off the Sea-Doo, that it would, because you plug in because the key is on a little pulley doodad thingy doodad that you plug into the ignition, and when you fall off, it pops out. I learned that when you fall off, that it pulls the key out and it turns it off, and you just swim back to it. and get back on it. But I learned that it was really fun to get it going full speed. I mean, you're going, I don't know, 60 miles an hour across the water, and then to jump in the air and fly through the air like Superman. That was really fun. Still talking about your knees. Y'all making my knees hurt. All this knee talk. Asked everyone to stay far away from the spot where the clean out is. Can't get mad at family. Snow skiing is very hard on your body. Yes. I really like skiing. I only did it once. Once, and I tried snowboarding once, but snowboard didn't end as well. I ran into a tree. Of course, I was also drinking white liquor, but that I didn't do good at snowboarding. I used to ride skateboards. I was good at skateboards. I used to tear a skateboard up now. And then I got a car, and that was about the end of the skateboard riding. I used to ride bikes a lot too. I had one Christmas, I was given a brand new, I don't know what you call it, but what style it was, but it was a top of the line Diamondback BMX bike, and it was beautiful. That fucker was awesome. It had these pedals that if you swung the pedal around, it went into your shin, it would literally bite you like a rattlesnake. And they were like diamond teeth, and it was red and chrome, and it had snake skin pads, and it was beautiful. It was a $300 bike, and that was in the early 80s. And that was a very expensive bike for that time. And I had it about a week, and I rode it home from my friend's house to go eat lunch, to run inside and make a sandwich. I ran inside, made a sandwich, came back, ate my sandwich, came back out. I was gone 15 minutes, and I came back out, and somebody had stolen my bike. And it was insured, but we only got $150. So then I got a $150 Diamondback bike, it was a nice bike. It was a really nice bike, but it wasn't nearly as nice as that original chrome and red Diamondback BMX bike. That thing was it was badass. It was a badass bike. Rent boats. F all the work. I've been riding mountain bikes also lately. I like riding bikes. Bikes are really cool. All kinds of bikes. I even like riding those big beach bikes. Those big boat bikes. I think they're fun to ride. I've never been water skiing. No. Hey, Ha-Ha. See, Ha-Ha's up to no good. What's he up to? Y'all are bad. That's a thought. Don't really have mountain bikes here. I like mountain bikes. They're really fun. Electric bikes are really fun. Bikes in general really. Even 10 speeds are fun. All the tree places are sold out this year. That's interesting. I was talking to a guy that sells Christmas trees about a month ago, and he was saying that he overbought last year by about 100 trees, and so this year he ordered 100 less. So he didn't do too good. He said he lost his ass on Christmas trees last year. I don't know. What's your problem? You got Fox tree. I got a little Charlie Brown Christmas tree. I don't know if you can see him in my glasses there. My little Charlie Brown Christmas tree. He he can do light shows. I don't know how you do them. Let's see. I don't even know. I probably ain't go. I'll probably mess him up. Anyways, he can do little light shows. I don't know. I just keep him. A little Charlie Brown Christmas tree. That's all I need. He's only about 2 feet tall or something like that. He's my little Charlie Brown Christmas tree, and he does me really good. That's all I need. I don't need all the frizzle frazzle stuff. Although I like it. I grew up with a lot of Christmas in my life, and it was very big. But as I've gotten older, it's just not something I've put a lot of effort into, or any effort into. Never been anywhere without mountains. I love mountains. They're so awesome, and they're not melted buildings. I tell you what, man, I do not understand this whole mountains or melted buildings thing. I do not understand why these people believe this. I do not understand why they continue to believe this. I do not understand why, in the face of people pointing out that they're full of shit, that they continue to double down and triple down on what they're saying. I can't believe that people like John Levy fell for it. I mean, it's pathetic. It's really pathetic. It's like it's insulting to our entire community. I want to see the fails at Biggs. Yeah, we have a lot of fails. Crazy shit happens. I can't even it's just animals, man. I swear they will find a way to get in trouble. It's amazing. That camel, he's a mess. He can be a pain in the ass. It can be a trip sometimes. But we're learning as we go. We've gotten better through the years with it, making it work. But it's it could be challenging. That's for sure. You like my cap? I thought that was funny. Of course, I forgot that I can't wear green because it would mess up. But see that? Look at that. But anyways, I thought my hat was funny. I liked it. Oh. Da 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 da. Grew up in Eastern Kentucky. I spent a week in Erlanger, Kentucky one time for an auction when MCSI closed its doors. I used to work for MCSI. I don't know if you know who I'm talking about, but they're Media Consultant Systems Integrators. I was a sales representative. And they after I left there, they when I was there, there was some okay, let me back up. MCSI, Media Systems Integrators, were at the time the largest audio video company in North America. They were massive, and we did audio, video, professional broadcast, even consumer equipment sales. And we sold everything from plasma TVs at $10,000 a pop. This was in the day, to video projectors ranging from $2,000 all the way up to $100,000 or more. We designed touchscreen control systems for Crestron and AMX, which at the time, this is pre-smartphone, was a big fucking deal. A big fucking deal. We designed these systems, control systems. We installed these control systems. We had the programmers, the engineers. we designed some of the we worked on some amazing projects. Myself, my team, the other sales reps, and then as a corporation, I mean, we were massive. And I remember they called us into a meeting one day, and which was not unheard of, but we called us into a meeting one day about this. I think it was called, memory serving me, Zinjin. I think it was called Zinjin. And this lady was from corporate, and she was the head of this Zinjin department. And she goes through this whole spiel about there's this Zinjin software, they want us to push it. And I remember walking out of the meeting, and I'm like, what in the hell is that woman talking about? I didn't understand a damn thing. And it was like they wanted us to push this software that they had developed, and there was no real explanation for what it did or how it worked or anything about it. It was just really weird. I did not understand it, and I literally just was like, fuck it, I don't know what the fuck she's talking about. I ain't got time for that shit. And I left it right there where she left it. Okay. And I didn't think about it again. And then down the road, this was well after I left, the owner, not the owner, the CEO, the president, he trying to remember his name. I actually had drinks with him one time. They had a big convention in Atlanta. It was Atlanta. No, was it Atlanta? I think it was Atlanta. Yeah, it was Atlanta. And we were at the bar, and his name was Mike. God, I don't know. I can remember this. We were at the bar at night after the convention, and he comes into the bar, and he says everything's on me, and we drank the entire bar. There was a lot of us in this bar, good 100 of us. I mean, and we drank the bar out of booze. They ran out of booze at the hotel bar. We literally cleared out the bar. And so he's like, all right, follow me. And we go with him, and he buys he gets taxis, and he takes us in taxis to bar somewhere in Atlanta, and we go, and we shut the place down, and we come back to the hotel that night screaming, who let the dogs out? Roof, 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 and screaming and yelling this through the hotel. I mean, the top of our lungs, like 50 of us. And it was really cool. I mean, I'm like nobody, and I'm like hanging out with the man of my business. And I'll never forget our top salesman, a good friend of mine named Greg. He was the guy I did the Super Bowl parties for, because he originally was my manager when I first started there, and then he stepped down from he was manager and sales rep, but he was the top sales rep at our location. He stepped down from the management position so that he could focus on sales more. And he said, I really admire that you got to hang out with him like that. That was really ballsy move to like step up and hang with the boss. Like, he had a lot of respect that I did that. And I'm like, dude, I was drunk. There won't no balls to it. He goes, but I still respect it because I wouldn't have the balls to like go and have drinks with the man, like. Anyways, it was kind of really cool. But anyways, Down the road, come to find out that guy, his name's Mike. I can't remember his damn name. He, hush, zip it. He was somehow laundering money through the company, and that Zinjin thing was part of his money laundering scheme. Somehow, I didn't really understand it, but he went to jail for like 10 years, and they shut down MCSI in the process of that. And when they did, they had an auction that was a week long because they had a humongous. It was like a hush, zip it. It was like a I forget how many square feet the warehouse was, but it was about 100 thousand square feet warehouse, something like. It was massive. It was like the size of one of these Amazon places, and it was stocked to the it was like a Lowe's store, but massive for audio video. I mean, and this auction lasted. It was 10 days long. The first 7 days were in a hotel with a video projector showing the items, and they would literally put up. I went to the first day of the auction, and I had a investor. I ran a business at the time where I bought and sold professional electronics that I had started, and sometimes I would buy things and sell them, and other times I would do things on consignment. But this particular time, it was such a big auction. I brought in an investor, and this investor came to the auction the first day, and we sat there the first day, and it was like this. It was like, oh, we've got 150 of these sharp whatever projectors, and can I get the first open bid $10,000? Oh, okay, 15,000. Okay, 20,000. Okay, $30,000. Going once, going twice. Okay, $30,000. How many you want? And they'd go like this, and they would just literally buy 150 projectors at $30,000, and that was going on for 7 days straight. And we're talking the amount of money that was made on that auction and the amount of equipment that was sold was astronomical. We're talking high end, very, very expensive stuff. And so after the end of that day, we didn't buy anything, and we went to dinner that night. Me and Dave, his name was Dave, real good guy. And we went to dinner that night, and I remember he had an American Express black card he was so proud of, and he's like, dinner's on me. And we went to Cincinnati. We went to oh man, what's the place called? It's down on the river. It's a barbecue place that sells barbecue. They're famous for their barbecue and their cigars. I can't remember the name of the place. Fucking excellent ribs. And we're sitting there, and he says, we're not gonna win anything this way at this auction. I said, nope. He says, well, what do you think we should do? And I said, well, I think we need to focus on day 8, 9, and 10. And, excuse me, not 8, 9, 10. I'm sorry. Day 10. Excuse me, the first 9 days were in the hotel. This has been a while. The last day, the 10th day, was a walk around auction at the warehouse, and it was for the smaller things. And I said, I think I can do a good job at the last day. He goes, what I want you to do is I want you to spend the entire week going through that entire warehouse and figuring out what we need to be bidding on every single pallet, because they were selling it by the pallet. I said, I completely agree with that. So I spent the rest of that week going through pallet by pallet. And I mean, they weren't just one item on the pallet. There'd be 1,000 things on a pallet, it just stacked up. I mean, we're talking everything on a pallet from wireless microphones to intercom headsets to a video projector to, I mean, it was just insanity. And I spent the next week going through that. And at the end of the week, I ended up spending $30,000 and walking away with a tractor trailer full of audio video equipment. And I did really well. That was a really, really good auction. And then I went back after the auction that night and to the warehouse and pulled down the MCSI flag and stole the flag. And I took it back and gave it to my friend Greg, that was the manager, that was the sales rep, and gave it to him to mount on his wall, because they had really screwed him over in the end. And it was my little way of saying, fuck you, MCSI. And we won in the end. So, and it was a very, that was a crazy time. Jaeger is definitely good for a blackout. Yeah. Yeah. Definitely. Jaeger bombs. Jaeger machine. Yeah. For the house. Hell yeah. Heck yeah. I've seen friends eat magic mushrooms. There's a couple of us who kept an eye on the ones who took them. Yeah, I would do them now. That's because they're a spirit. There's a, if you look into it, there's actually a spiritual element to them. I think mushrooms are something that they've hidden from us, and we that's something we need to bring back. The Jägermeister, it needs to be chilled. It is something that needs to be cold. I used to keep mine in the freezer, but it needs to be chilled, and I mean cold. Like, it needs to be real good. The colder, the better, and you need to drink it cold. Basically, pull it out of the freezer, pour a shot, and drink it. Like, you don't you don't want to drink it hot. It definitely affects the flavor. Not sure what we're talking about here. You're a happy drinker. I used to love my wine. I loved Cabernet Sauvignon. That was my go-to. And I would drink not the little bottle, but the fat bottle. I'd drink one of those by myself every night. When I drank wine. In the later years, when I could afford it, and I could afford it in the later years that I was drinking, I would drink I would buy Newcastle Dark, or Newcastle, and I put it in the freezer. I liked it real cold, and I'd drink a case of Newcastle in a night. Didn't like mushrooms as a child. I couldn't stand them. I just thought they were slimy and nasty and just. But I later learned that mushrooms kind of need some. They need to go with something. That just by themselves they're not that great. I hate the saying, "It is what it is." I like shit happens. I was told, I would say when I was little, I'd say, "That's not fair. That's not fair." And it was always told to me, "Life isn't fair." I hated that. I just hated that. I don't know why. I just really got under my skin. Ugh. Awful. I'm talking about asparagus. Ugh. Stand it. blocks away from Connor, Old World, Florida. Old World, Florida. Here's the thing. Back before anybody knew who Old World, Florida was, okay, I was watching Old World, Florida when he first started, and I contacted him. This was when he had like 1,000 subscribers or something. I don't even know if he had that. I'm not sure. It was very early, and I contacted him, and I was like, "Hey, you want to come on and chat, and offered him, olive branch. Hey, come on, and let's have a chat, And he just treated me like kind of like, who the fuck are you? I'm like, well, okay, if you don't know who I am, I'm not going to explain it to you. And and it was just kind of like snippy, like his shit didn't stink. And then later on, he turned around and tried to be nice to me. I was like, block. I don't know. I don't know. He got on a spiritual high horse, and he sits up on his little spiritual high horse, and at some point he'll knock himself off, and it'll humble him. And I don't know. Let him go through a couple dark nights of the soul, and that'll put him in check. I think Yes, I think we had the local restaurant. It was awful. Not sure what you're talking about. Oh no, I've had people tell me. I had a guy. We were at a nice restaurant. He says he got asparagus. He goes, "You should try this asparagus." I no, I hate asparagus. He goes, "This is the best asparagus I've ever had. You gotta try it." I'm like, okay, I'm older, I'm wiser. Okay, my taste have changed. I'll give it a try. Nope, fucking terrible, horrible stuff. Why would you ever? Why? Awful, awful, awful. I can't stand. They say it's good for you. I can't understand. Oh my gosh, I don't know if y'all have seen this, but if y'all haven't seen Corey Taylor sing SpongeBob SquarePants song, that is really funny. It's just type in Corey Taylor SpongeBob, and it'll come up, and it's just hilarious. It's weird though, because I'm too old for SpongeBob, so I don't. SpongeBob, I've seen it I've watched it because I knew somebody that liked it, and so I watched it because they were like, "Oh, you gotta watch this," and I'm like, it was a girl, and I was like, "You gotta watch this." Okay, you'll watch this. It was stupid. It was fucking pointless. Like, it's just retarded. So I don't get the SpongeBob thing, but a lot of people seem to get that. Yeah, too young. Way, way too young. Yes. I want to try the mushroom. I forget what they're called. The mushrooms with the red and the red tops with the white dots. Those are the ones that are supposed to be. That there's a lot of history spiritually on. And there's some interesting research about looking into. Hey, I don't. You gotta just look into magic mushrooms and Christianity. Might be something interesting there for you. So much going on in Miami. New Waldorf Astoria in Miami. Wow. Oh my God. I tell this story. So the last time I went to Miami, it was an absolute nightmare. So DirecTV used to have a satellite distribution center, broadcast center in Miami, Florida. And what they would do is they would broadcast, they had these big satellite, I'm trying to explain this in terms y'all would understand. They had these humongous, gigantic satellite dishes, and I mean massive fucking things. I mean, these things are 30, 40 feet round. They had several of these things, and they would transmit the signal from North America to this facility, and then from this facility down to South America and Mexico, those areas. And it was like a daisy chain. Like it was a way of bouncing the signal from one place to another. and back and forth, because they would transfer video to Miami and then from Miami to distribute to North America. Anyways, for whatever reason, they decided to close this facility down, and they had an auction, and they auctioned off the entire facility, everything, even the satellite dishes, which didn't sell at auction. So I wanted to go to this auction. I wanted to load up. I needed gear to sell, and this was a good place to go buy it. So I arranged for a Penske truck, I believe a 24-footer with a lift bed, and I got me a bunch of Gaylord pallets, and that was the way I like to load up for transport, and a pallet jack. And I had the bright idea of taking my girlfriend with me to the auction, because it'd be fun for her, and I didn't really think much about her going. It was just like, come on, tag along, no big deal. Well, come the day we're leaving, I get the truck ready, and I had to go pick up the truck, and then I had to take it to my warehouse, and I had to get the Gaylords loaded up onto the truck. I put them on there with a forklift and everything, got it all loaded up, got it ready to go. But then I went to go get her, and she was doing that girl thing where she wasn't ready, and she delayed. I got to do this. I got to do that. I got to get this done. I got to get that done. I'll be there in a minute. Okay, I'm coming. No, I got to get this. And it took her 2 hours past the time I was ready to leave to leave, which at the moment was just kind of mildly annoying. And then I drove all the way down there, and we pull in to Miami late, and I don't remember what time it was, but it was late, and there had recently been a hurricane, and they had not put back up a lot of the street signs, and I didn't know where I was going. We didn't have GPS. This is pre smartphones and I don't know why I didn't have GPS. I had a GPS. Like I forgot it, or it was something stupid, like, because I had a GPS. I know I had a GPS at that time because I had one in the car, but I don't know why I didn't have it. I don't think I had it. No, I think I did have it. I think what it was it was late at night. The street signs were messed up, and I could not find my exit, and I kept driving around Miami, and finally I just got off on this exit, and I guess I got down in damn near the ghetto, and I pulled up to this gas station, and I walked in, and there was a paramedic in there, and the paramedic's like, where are you coming from? I'm like, I am trying to find Don Shula's hotel, and I cannot find the son of a bitch, can you help me find it? He goes, well, what you need to do is you need to go up this road, go down this way. And he told me exactly how to get there. He goes, but you need to get in that truck. You need to get the hell out of here right now. You are in a dangerous place. This is not a place for you right now. You are in the wrong place. And he basically warned my ass. And I, okay, fine. And I got in, I took off. And we finally found the hotel and pulled up to Don Shula's. And I never forget, by this time I'm like exhausted. I'm aggravated. And of course, my girlfriend's running her mouth at this point because she's annoyed with the whole situation, which wouldn't have been as bad if she had hurried her ass up in the beginning of the day. And she's running her mouth at me, and I'm running my mouth at her. And her name was Kat. And I turned around to open my door, and she's bitching, and then she just goes silent. And I turned around and she wasn't there. She was there. I turned this way, looked back, she was gone. I'm like, Kat? And she had literally, like, she was so tired she had forgotten we were in a big truck. And when she went to step out, she forgot how high off the ground she was. She went straight to the ground. Busted her ass. Which made me laugh. I was so aggravated at that point, which made her madder. But anyways, it was just not fun. So we got to the hotel and we finally got to sleep. And then the next day was the auction. And because I was so exhausted, I got a late start the next morning and I didn't get to do my walkthrough in the auction. And so I'm going blindly into this auction and I'm tired, I'm aggravated, I'm kind of lost in this auction and it was not my better day. And I bought a truckload of stuff and I paid way too much. I spent $50,000 that day, spent way too much. It was not a good auction. And then we had to pull all that stuff out. And I bought these big, massive cable cutters. And I'm back there and just cutting cable because we had to unrack everything. I'm back there cutting everything out, and Kat's she's pulling it out from the front, and I'm cutting it out. She's loading up the things, and we got it all loaded up. I don't remember how many Gaylords I bought, but it was about 20, or I don't know, however many will fit on a 24-foot truck, maybe 20. I don't know. Not one stack, front to back. And then we went to a nice Italian restaurant that night near Don Shula's. I don't know where it was. And then I was so tired. I'm like, what do you want to do? She's like, well, can we go see a movie? I'm like, that sounds great. Let's go see a movie. So we went to the movie theater, and the only movie that looked good was the World Trade Center movie. It's the one with Nicolas Cage where they're in the elevator, where they get in the elevator shaft. There's the Port Authority cops, and the building comes down on them. It was a good movie, and at the time I was asleep, and I believed the official narrative and everything, so I believed that. But what I will say is that I experienced in one movie the absolute hands down worst audience ever in a movie, and also the most amazing, most respectful audience in one movie. The entire movie, these people in this movie, it's a packed movie theater. The entire movie, these people are yelling and screaming at the screen and talking on their phones and getting up and moving around and throwing shit and just, causing absolute fucking chaos. It was so, you have to understand, I believe the official narrative. To me, it was so disrespectful in that movie to be that fucking rude and that disrespectful and that fucking annoying. By the end of the movie, I was ready to literally go, jihad on these motherfuckers. I was so fucking over it. I was like, it was horrible. However, when the end credits started to roll, the entire audience stood up and clapped and did not stop clapping until the end of the credits and the lights came up. And it was like, what the fuck? What the fuck? True story. Social Distortion is making a new album. Wow. DRI? No, that's not DRI. Social Distortion is a different band. Yeah. Okay. Wow. That's interesting. How about that? That's really weird. I wonder why. You know what I watched recently? I really enjoyed was the series. I think it's called Pistols. It's about the Sex Pistols. I thought it was really interesting. I love everything Sex Pistols, but I really enjoyed that. You can watch it free on, I believe, Tubi. I believe that's where I saw it. Research how to make mushroom spores. Huh. Yeah, it does. That's what they say. Yep. Ugh, nasty. LSD made it lightweight with weed. Ugh. Yeah, nasty stuff, man. Up. Everybody's got to delaminate their thing. Yeah, we got to get our pineal glands decalcified. Yep. I think we're going to at some point have help with this. I think we've got to reach a kind of the 100th monkey kind of thing. Not that the 100th monkey is real, but the idea of reaching a certain level of consciousness in humanity. I think we're getting there. Question off topic: why do men's underwear get holes right at the poop chute? That's funny. Couldn't get comfortable by changing the PJs. I don't know what it is, but my dogs like to nibble holes in my sweatpants. Like I'm looking here and I've got 4 holes in my sweatpants that Mudden has they'll just sit there and nibble on my pants. I don't even realize they're doing it. My old dog Roscoe used to do the same. He was really bad about it. He'd chew a freaking fist-sized hole in something before you realized it. I don't know, they're just like chewing on things. They're a bunch of weirdos. It's surprising how many people don't want to know what's going on. And they consciously don't want to know what's going on. They really don't. They'll actively tell you, I don't want to know. They oh yeah, Pearl Harbor was in such a, oh, absolutely. They absolutely knew that was coming. 100%. Yep, that was all. Everybody was in on that, definitely. No doubt. For 9/11, learn how history is actually written. 9/11 was very telling. I know so much about 9/11, and I'm glad that I learned about it. But it is hard knowing about it and living in our world where people don't know about it. I think a lot of people in New York are. I think a lot of people were too close to it. It affected them too much. I remember meeting a guy in I was at the beach one time, and he was the guy in the hotel room next door, and we could talk over the balcony, you know. And he was from New York, or no, he's from New Jersey, and he was talking about how he had watched the towers collapse from over in New Jersey. Had watched them that day collapse, and that was interesting because it was a firsthand person talking about it. I just saw how it really affected him, just seeing it happen. I don't think you could fry asparagus and it tastes good. You could probably put it'd probably be better with a little sprinkle of poo-poo on there. Asparagus sucks ass. I don't care what you say. Why are y'all talking about asparagus? It's nasty. It's nasty. There's no debate. The debate's over. Had a friend shoot himself in white pants prom night with his gal walking home after. Wow. Well, that's a bitch. Nope. Still sucks. Still sucks. I don't care. Ugh. Nope, can't do it. Yeah, that would be terribly embarrassing. Yeah, you can drink too much water. You can get everything in moderation. Anything you take too much of, can be detrimental to your health. Doesn't matter what it is. I bet you could inhale too much ether. I bet you could. I bet anything could be too much. That's probably not true, but anything is. You could eat. I could go outside and grab a little bit of dirt and eat a little bit of dirt. It won't hurt me. It won't hurt me. But if I ate a big old bucket of dirt, it probably hurt me. You know what I've started using, and I really suggest it, and I really like it, is avocado oil. That's something I've switched to. I do use butter from time to time for certain things, because sometimes you just got to have butter. But I definitely don't eat margarine. I won't touch the shit. But I used to use butter. Now I'm using mainly, probably 95% of the time, using avocado oil, and I really like it. I highly suggest it. It's expensive, but it's worth it. It doesn't take much, and it's got a high smoke point. And I cook on flame, so that's important. I like cooking on propane. That's something that's tricky to learn how to cook with propane, but I like cooking like that. You like canned asparagus? Ugh, that's horrible. That's terrible. No. Your ex-husband dated Miley's mom in high school. How about that? I think Miley Cyrus has a lot of talent. I think she's, run off the rails quite a bit, but I think she has a lot of talent. She stays off the drugs and quits trying to sell her, sweet ass. I think she, if she just stuck to the music, she'd be a lot better off. But skunk butt. Garlic makes everything taste good. Garlic. There's a lot of. Some people will tell you garlic is terrible for you, and I am an advocate for garlic. I think garlic has a lot of good health effects. When I was several years ago, when I was very sick, probably the only thing that kept me alive was garlic. I would eat garlic whole clove, just chew it right in my mouth. and it made me feel so much better. But garlic, I think, has a lot of health benefits. I really do. Yes, yes, yes. New weed is not the old weed. No, uh, they've gotten like today's weed is not like 60s weed. Very different. Absolutely. Yeah. Oh, something that is absolutely amazing. I don't remember how you make it, but I made it one time. It was absolutely delicious. Is you roast a garlic clove in butter or something. There's like a container thing you get, and you roast it in the oven. It is so good. Forgot to wear his tuxedo tonight. last time I wore a tuxedo, I was at a I think it was the last time I wore a tuxedo. I was at a friend's wedding, very interesting wedding, um, and the wedding was just a wedding. I mean, it was normal Catholic wedding, and which was interesting because it was held in my third. I went to a Catholic school when I was in third grade, only 1 year, and it was a old world Catholic school, and so that was really interesting. But this wedding was held in this school in this church, and then the what was interesting about this wedding was the dinner afterwards, the reception afterwards. The brides, uh, the my friend who was getting married, he was Korean, but his bride was Vietnamese, and her father owned a Chinese restaurant. I believe it was a Chinese restaurant, and he um, held the reception at his Chinese restaurant, and he was just he didn't speak a lick of English, and he's just the sweetest little man. And that was one of the most amazing meals I ever had because he whatever he served that night went on the fucking menu. That's all I know. Because they set us at round tables, and there was probably 8 people at each table, and I was sitting with a bunch of the bridesmaids, beautiful Asian girls, and I was in heaven. It's just amazing, beautiful Vietnamese girls. I was Pimp Beags, in my tuxedo. It was great, and they would bring out a big round platter of a dish, and they would set it down, and it would be something that you've seen before. Like, let's say they bring out a dish that would be like General Tso's chicken, and you would say, oh, okay, I've seen that before, and you would try it, and then they would come out a little bit later, and they would take that away, whatever wasn't eaten, and they would bring another dish, but this dish would be something you never seen before. And I'd be like, what is that? And they'd be like, don't ask, but it's good. And I'm like, okay, I'm half lit, and I would try these things. And I don't even know what the fuck I ate that night. No idea. And it was amazing. But they would bring out a dish. I don't even know how many dishes they brought out. It might have been 10 different dishes, and for one dish would be something sort of recognizable, and the next dish completely unrecognizable for Americans. But that was an amazing meal. And then the little man, the little father, he was walking around with this tiny little grocery cart, like a mini grocery cart, and he had these little bottles of cognac, about yay big, and he was handing them to each of the men. He'd say, "For men only, for men only," and he was giving all the men a bottle of really expensive, nice cognac as a gift. And as soon as he would go away, all the girls were grabbing the cognac and pounding the cognac. It was a good wedding. And then I ended up somehow downtown Raleigh in a tuxedo, and I walked into a bar and met this group of kids. They were college kids that were, several girls, several boys that were, they were just friends. They were friends. They were playing pool, and I was like, "Can I play pool?" And I'm in this bar playing pool, and then they ended up taking me home, or not taking me home, taking me. I was staying at the Round Hotel, the Holiday Inn Hotel in downtown Raleigh, and but I was wearing a tuxedo. That was the last time I wore a tuxedo. I never liked monkey suits. Tour Sleeping Young is uploading videos and photos from today. That's pretty cool. I guess that's a joke about my Indian music. Y'all didn't like my Indian music. German Shepherds. I had young. My mom was very well protected. I love German Shepherds. We had a German Shepherd a few years back. His name was King. He was the dog of the farmer across the road. His name was Rudolph, and Rudolph got diabetes, and he lost his foot, and his German Shepherd, which he bought from as a rescue dog from the pound, he bought him as a guard dog for the farm, and the first time I ever met Rudolph, I got his dog used to run across the street and come over and play ball. I'd throw a tennis ball, and he loved to chase that tennis ball. And then I got my beagle, and my first beagle, Orwell, and he was a rescue dog. I was sitting outside one day working on something, and this beagle just walks up to me out of nowhere, no idea where he came from, and you could tell he was homeless, and he lived with me from that day until he died. But that first week I had him, this farmer showed up at my house, and he pulled up in the driveway, and he beeped. I walked outside, and he put a flashlight in my eyes, and I'm like, "What the who is this?" And he's like, "You got my dog in there." I held up my flashlight, pointing his eyes. I'm like, "For who the fuck are you? And what dog you talking about?" He goes, "I asked you if you got my dog in there." So I walked up to his truck. I didn't know who the hell he was. I had no idea. And I said, "Is he a little fella?" Because I just got the beagle. He goes, "No, he ain't no little fella." I'm like, "Well, I ain't got your dog in there." He goes, "Well, I seen you playing with my dog sometimes. I thought maybe he was over here." I said, "You talking about that German Shepherd?" He goes, "Yeah, that's my dog." He goes, and he says, "I'll tell you what, I've got no reason for no damn dog that can't stay on the damn porch and guard the house like he's supposed to. I'll probably just shoot that fucking dog." And I said, "No, don't shoot him." And anyways, he was old school farmer, old school tobacco farmer. And a couple years later, he got the diabetes, and he lost his foot, and he was on his way out. And a week before he died, he called my neighbor over there, and he says, "I was wondering if you wanted my dog. He seems to like you. You seem to like him." And so, anyways, he went to live with my neighbor, and we called it, at the time we didn't know his name. We called him Walter, and I don't know why we called him Walter. And Then we found out his name was King, and so then we called him King Walter. But King was just the best German Shepherd, really good dog, and he actually died under my house. He crawled under there to die. He was out on my front lawn, and he was looking out over the he was weird. He was looking out over our property and the property across the street where he used to live, and he had fallen sick. He got sick and within a week died. We don't know what was wrong. He just might have been old. We don't know, but I could tell he wasn't doing well. And I went inside that night. He was looking out, and I went over there and petted him, and I could tell he didn't have much life in him. And the next day he was under the porch dead. But it's funny. I can still look way back on Google Earth, and he's still sitting in the front yard right where he died at. It's kind of cool. The Indian guy singing the Christmas song was funny, but too much. The next one. See, y'all make me laugh about that. I'm sorry. Oh, hey, Dean. How you doing? Merry Christmas, Dean. I hope you're doing well. That's good to see, Dean. Bring out the chipmunks. Oh, yeah. Christmas time. That's a good one. Oh, yeah. Of course, nobody beats Grandma got run over by a reindeer. There you go. Christmas Eve. I'm sorry. I think the Indian Christmas songs are funny. Y'all are gonna be singing those tomorrow. You mark my words. You're gonna hate them tonight, but you're gonna be singing them in your head. Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. Oh. Welcome, Masonic Q. Merry Christmas. Hope y'all are having a good night. I'm going through these comments here. It ain't never cold in Florida, I don't think. Cooking hamburger patties for dinner, huh? I've gotten so I eat veggie burgers, and I pass on the hamburgers and go for the veggie burgers now. I don't know. I like them. They're good. At least the ones I get. Flat as fuck, best weather. 56 degrees. I think it's 45 here. 45 degrees here. All right. Sig Bees is getting close to your underwear stories. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I think that might have been the hole in the underwear story. That's funny. Wild Childs. Need to join every night to go to bed. 6-19 stopped. And this past year I'm doing gummies and vape, not much, very few days. Now, 6R, not to jump on you, but I highly suggest that you look into the health effects of vaping. I think that's going to come out later, and you're not going to be real happy about that. So I'd take a look into that. That is not something I've ever done, but I highly suggest. I would be willing to say it's probably better to smoke cigarettes. Not that cigarettes are good, but I would be Be very weary of that. You're gonna make me pay for that listening to crap. I'm sorry, it made me laugh my ass off, so I figured I'd share. I'm glad it made y'all mad, which makes me laugh. Woo! It's funny. I love some cognac. That cognac's good. Good stuff. Quality. But my go-to liquor drink was this. And this I tell you what, if you want to look sophisticated now, this is what this will get a bartender. This will, like, because you know how you order a bartender, like a drink from bartender, they give you, oh, you want a rum and coke, whatever. This is what I would. This was my favorite go-to drink at a bar when I was going for liquor. I'd ask for a rum and coke, or excuse me, a Crown and Coke with a splash, and I'd say it just like that, of amaretto. A rum, a Crown and Coke with a splash of amaretto, and it would, every time it'd get them, and that bartender kind of cocked her head a little bit, like, that does sound good. And I'd be like, it is. It's fucking divine. Good stuff. Highly suggested. And when you're bored, just do Dr. Pepper shots. Know what I mean? You want a burger? Couldn't afford a dime back. Had a hand me down. Yeah, we couldn't afford a Diamondback either, but Mama had a boyfriend he was trying to impress. Thank heavens for the boyfriends. Electric bikes are really cool. They have really come a long ways. Amazing things. It's hard to believe that. I don't know. I come from a school where we didn't have electric bikes, and so it's a really neat thing to me. You had a Diamondback, man. I tell you what, Diamondbacks, they were a hell of a bike. I remember how light it was. It was so light. I like fiber optics, that the Christmas tree like that. That's pretty cool. I originally had I first had a banana bike. Oh, horrible thing. And then I had a Huffy, and that thing weighted like a brick. I think some mountains are ancient giant trees. Yes. Pilot Mountain in North Carolina, I believe, is an ancient tree, is an example. I don't believe all mountains are ancient trees, but I do believe some are ancient trees. Absolutely. Used to race. I never raced any BMX. Let's see here. I'm lost. Sorry. Da 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 da. All right. I think we're getting down to the wire here. I'm gonna have to kind of slow it down here. I'm I'm way far behind. All right, guys. it's getting kind of late, and I'm gonna have to get on. So I'm gonna go ahead and wait a minute. Streets is talking about grinding mushrooms. Wow, that sounds really interesting. Add the lemon juice. Huh. Interesting. Huh. I've not heard that before. That's very interesting, Streets. Very interesting. All right. So um I think to close out this evening, I would keep going, but I do need to get some rest. I've got to go do I believe a parts run tomorrow to the store, so it's going to be a little taxing on me. But I wanted to close out this evening and share a little something with you guys. Thank you all for being here for Christmas. Um, it was a lot of fun being here and sharing today with you, tonight with you. It it wasn't anything planned tonight. It was just to be together and hang out and be with your peeps. And I sure hope you really enjoyed it. Um, on a different note, not to take it down, but I wanted to share something with you guys that was important to me this holiday. Last Sunday on my live stream, a lot of you will remember that when I went on break and I went outside, as I was walking the dog, the fire department showed up next door, and I wasn't sure what was going on. It was weird because we our area is very strange. The way the the area I live in was all part of one family at one time, and then it got they kind of or two families, or so it all got kind of separated and chopped up really oddly. The way the lands, it's hard to explain. So it's very difficult to tell kind of sometimes what's going on in the dark. When they pulled up um, that night, they were at the road, at the top of the road, and they got out of the fire truck and they walked down, and I was trying to get back into the show. I thought from the way I saw it, they were going to one house because it's the way they looked like they were going. And the person that lived there is an elderly person, and I thought it didn't red flag me because the person is, I mean, like 85 years old, something like that, and I just didn't, you kind of expect that kind of thing. Well, I found out the next morning that that's not what happened, that they were going to a different house. They were just, the way I saw it, I saw them right before they turned and went to a different house. They actually went to my friend Wayne's house, and he lives there with his girlfriend, and he had a pain in his leg, and he was hurting so bad he asked his girlfriend to call the 911, and he stood up and dropped dead from a massive heart attack. And I'd known Wayne from since like 1992 or 3, and he was salt of the fucking earth, and he when he was Wayne loved to party. It was kind of his thing, and he was just one of those people that people liked. He was a carpenter by trade, and he never really did anything big in his life. It was all about living. And one thing he loved to do was every year in Benson, which is the little town near me, every year they hold a festival called Mule Days. And he always went to Mule Days, and he loved it. And in Mule Days, people would go down there and they would camp and stay all weekend, and they would, drink and smoke reefer and listen to bands and watch the rodeos, and they had parades, and he just really fucking loved it. And then as in the later years, they cleaned it up and made it, more family friendly, and they quit letting you open carry, drinks. And he didn't like that. It changed it to where he felt like it was, kind of police statey kind of thing, and it really fucked it up for him. And so he quit going. But it was his hold on, baby, we're almost done. It was his haven. And so for Wayne, I'm gonna take y'all and spend one last time.
Say woof again! Say woof again!
I've got one that can see.
This is my kung fu, and it is strong.
See you later.